Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the December 2025 Council Agenda Briefing. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their elders past and present. I would like to advise everyone that the audio and video of this meeting is being live streamed to YouTube. I request everyone to please turn off your mobile phones. I remind you that audio recording or photography within the chamber is prohibited unless prior approval has been granted, and councillors and city officers are reminded to disclose any declarations of financial interests and interests affecting impartiality, and are requested to activate their microphones when addressing the meeting. So, with that, we turn to item 1. Welcome, everyone. I declare this meeting open at 6 p.m. Items for Council. Agenda items 2, 3, 6, 7, 8.1, 8.2, 9, 11, 13 and 14 will be dealt with at the ordinary council meeting to be held on 16 December 2025. I do notice we've got a very packed gallery this evening. It's been a while since we've seen this many people here. Everyone, please play nice. If you're able to view proceedings from the auxiliary reception room, please do. And please give those who are making deputations, make sure that they've got easy access to the microphone and when they're giving up the microphone for the next person making a deputation. And that brings us to item 4, which is attendance. Item 4.1 is apologies. I haven't received any apologies for this evening. Item 4.2 is approved leaves of absence. Councillor Bronwyn Moore has an approved leave of absence for the period of 25 November 2025 to 7 February 2026 inclusive, but she's here with us tonight. And Councillor Jacqueline Raison has an approved leave of absence for the period of 1 December 2025 to 10 December 2025 inclusive, but once again, she's here with us tonight. Item 5 is declarations of interest, and we've got a few, so please do bear with me. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me. I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1, as over the years I've developed positive working relationships with many local sporting organisations and community clubs that have or potentially have an interest in this item. Councillor Stephen Russell has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as my son is a part-time paid coach for the South Perth Junior Cricket Club. The South Perth Junior Cricket Club is a stakeholder in the proposed Challenger Reserve concept design and master plan. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Mayor Greg Milner, me again. I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.2 as over the years I've developed positive working relationships with individuals and organisations who might potentially be affected by this item. I've also declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.3 as I know a number of the members of the Royal Perth Golf Club. Councillor Kathy Lees has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.3 as I am a co-founder of the South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates and a co-founder and committee member of the WA Tree Canopy Advocates that were formed with the objective of advocating for the protection and expansion of our urban tree canopy. I also have friends who are members of the Royal Perth Golf Club. Notwithstanding these interests, I will consider the item on its merits in the best interests of our community in accordance with my obligations under the Local Government Act 1995. Councillor Lees has also declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.5 as I am a co-founder of the South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates and a co-founder and committee member of the WA Tree Canopy City of South Perth Advocates that were formed with the objective of advocating for the protection and expansion of our urban tree canopy. Notwithstanding this interest, I will consider the item on its merits in the best interests of our community in accordance with my obligations under the Local Government Act 1995. Mayor Greg Milner, me again, I've declared an impartiality interest in item 12.2 as Councillor Howling's motion specifically names me and seeks to increase my reporting requirements. I've also declared an impartiality interest in item 12.3 as, once again, Councillor Howling's motion specifically names me and seeks to increase my reporting requirements. I've declared a financial and impartiality interest in item 12.7 as Councillor Howling's motion seeks to remove my access to the mayoral vehicle. I've also declared a financial and proximity interest in item 12.8 as Councillor Howling's motion potentially has financial and or proximity interest implications for people who have contributed to my mayoral re-election campaigns in the past. Mayor Greg Milner, me again, sorry folks, I've declared an impartiality interest in item 12.10 as Councillor Howling's motion specifically names me and seeks a cost review of any secretarial or administrative support provided to me. Councillor Kathy Lees has declared an impartiality interest in item 12.1 as I am a co-founder of the South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates and a co-founder and committee member of the WA Tree Canopy Advocates that were formed with the objective of advocating for the protection and expansion of our urban tree canopy. Notwithstanding this interest, I will consider the item on its merits in the best interests of our community in accordance with my obligations under the Local Government Act 1995. And finally, Councillor Kathy Lees has also declared an impartiality interest in item 12.12 as I am a co-founder of the South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates. It's the same as the last one, isn't it, Councillor Lees? All right, I think everyone's got the gist. Okay, councillors, does anyone else, Councillor Waugh, another interest to declare?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, in item 10.3.2 and item 10.4.3, in respect to both of those, it's impartiality. And in respect to 10.3.2, I know some people who live in that building. And in respect to the 10.4.3, I know quite a number of members of the golf club, but in both cases, neither of them are closely associated persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also will declare an impartiality interest. I've now had a look at the listing of deputations for this evening, and a number of the people making deputations are known to me, and I've also had meetings with them. This is in relation to item 10.4.3, item 12.8 and item 12.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Councillors, any other declarations of interest? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Also an impartiality interest in 10.4.3 as there are, I believe, only one, but possibly more of the members of the Royal Perth Golf Club who are known to me. But as an impartiality interest, this will not affect my judgment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other declarations to be made, councillors? No. Okay. That brings us to item 8, which is presentations. Item 8.3 is deputations. And this evening we've got 15 speakers who will have up to 10 minutes each to address council. We do have a large number of deputations, so I'm going to ask everyone to ensure a respectful and efficient meeting. Those present who have requested to deputise on more than one item, please limit the deputation to 10 minutes in total. And I'm going to remind everyone that everyone's insights and perspectives are very valuable, but please do keep comments concise, to the point, and respectful to elected members and city officers. And to the extent that there's no need to repeat points that perhaps other deputies have already made, that would be appreciated. Now, I'm conscious that there might be a couple of items in particular that I'd say, well, I'm guessing, but maybe a significant chunk of the people in the gallery are here to listen to. So I'm going to prioritise the deputations for those two items first, particularly since we don't have enough seating room for everyone. So I'm going to begin by inviting Dr. Sue Gilliatt of Salter Point, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Welcome to you, Dr. Gilliatt. The floor is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Thank you, Mayor Milner. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, city officers, and a special welcome to the new CEO, Liz Ledger, and also to the new Director of Corporate Services. Where is she? Oh, I thought she was.
Ms
Bree.
Webstale's
You're not
current...
Bree, are you?
No. Mr
can see
Lecoq is
that.
filling in for Ms Webstale tonight.
Okay. It's great to have you both aboard. This evening, the Salter Point Community Group seeks to, in general, support the officer's recommendation that Council request the CEO to present funding options for the Challenger Reserve concept design during the 26-27 budgeting process. We wish to add some qualifications to this support, and as well, we wish to make some observations about the nature of motions at item 12. First, to the Challenger Master Plan. As best we know, the start of Master Plan discussions takes us back to 2019, when CCS Strategic was engaged by the City to conduct the Master Plan process. That's over 5 years ago. I've also been told tonight that consultation began way back in 2017, so that's actually 7 years ago. In 2019, the intention of the Master Plan process was co-location and amalgamation of facilities. Instead, the RAF project developed a life and the prospect of any of its own, and the prospect of any redevelopment at Challenger came to a halt. Thanks to a Cricket Australia grant, though, the installation of a synthetic cricket pitch happened without a master plan. So when it was back on the agenda in 2025, many of us were grateful. Currently home to lawn bowls, tennis, soccer and cricket, we were hopeful that a new concept plan would offer a multi-purpose building to support several clubs and accommodate both exclusive use where necessary and maximise shared spaces. But as you will see, the costings are just under 38 million. In 2022, the figure was a modest 9.9 million for some essential works as well as stage discretionary works. So without winning lotto or having another go at garnering state government support, it's obvious that 38 million is a bit exorbitant. According to the Community Facilities Plan, the City needs to spend approximately 88 million on community rec facilities over the next 20 years, just to maintain those facilities. So 38 mil is a significant portion of this, to be spent in the next 5 years on the Challenger Master Plan were it to proceed as detailed. Hence, it seems crucial that the plan goes back for a rescoping, maybe even back to a single story. We also note the Parks and Leisure Australia guidelines for sports infrastructure advocate, where possible, opportunities to co-locate facilities and shared use of facilities should be explored to develop flexible, sustainable and viable facilities. It appears this design has achieved the co-location objective, but not so much the shared facilities objective. There are reasons for this, of course, but perhaps avenues for sharing deserve another look if this proposal is to continue in some form. What we absolutely don't want is for the master plan to fall off the agenda again. But we are, of course, asking for restraint and realism in regard to expectations for the plan. We need to cut its jib to fit the size of the cloth, so to speak, otherwise it may become a second RAF. Finally, we make some observations about the numerous motions at item 12. The SPCG has been a keen observer at council meetings for over 10 years now. If we don't attend, we listen to audio recordings and watch the live streaming of meetings. Got nothing else to do. But if we don't attend, we listen. In the last 12 months, sadly though, we have seen a pattern of uncooperative disruption. Our desire is for effective and collaborative working arrangements to be evident. So this has concerned us for 12 months now. Hence, we've spoken on this matter in 3 separate deputations this year, and we have regularly communicated with our members about what we call shows of poor governance. The list of tonight's motions at item 12 is very long. 10 are from the same councillor. So just to examine a few of them, at least 4 are about the gritty topic of risk, 3 home in on the mayor, and a further 3 refer to library opening hours. Just a little bit about each of these 3 areas. Four motions, as I say, have a lot to say about risk. Outstanding risk activities, the need for a governance and risk priorities workshop, the need for a schedule of items for the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, and the need for a full copy of the risk register to the next council meeting. In our view, we are not aware that there is any sizable community sentiment for such matters. We're not aware of a swathe of ratepayers urging the city to do better with its risk register, with its risk audits, or making claims that the city is somehow falling foul of basic governance, integrity and accountability requirements, which a workshop might fix. In fact, we are aware of no red flags from the Office of Auditor General or any other of the independent and regular non-financial audits which occur. These motions seem excessive to us in the context of a city which has spent much of this year without a permanent CEO, CEOs changing in and out of the role. And from out there in the burbs, we now crave some stability and a return to or call for cooperation and respect across city and council and city offices. Motions at item 12.4, 12.7 and 12.10 are different again. They mostly focus on the Mayor, asking that he report on his efforts to improve relations between councillors and outcomes achieved, wanting to remove his vehicle, and also asking the CEO to undertake a cost review of any secretarial or admin support provided him. This looks and sounds personal. For us, there is no place for this in this chamber. Surely good relations between councillors are everyone's responsibility. And if one is serious about car costs, why does the motion not ask for a review of the entire fleet? Again, we are not aware of a bunch of ratepayers complaining about the mayoral car, nor asking about the Mayor's admin or secretarial services. Item 12.6 raises the issue of a 30-minute increase in opening hours for the library, which cost nothing. For us, this strays into an operational matter. Perhaps rather than a risk workshop, what about a workshop to make clear the demarcation between councillor duties and city operational duties? It's easy to see that a significant amount of officer time was dedicated to responding to requests about these items. These demands potentially stifle productivity. While this volume of work was being attended to this month, what work wasn't being done? The approach here comes across as simply bogging down the process of council. City officers are not perfect by any means, nor are the rest of us, but they do need to be able to get on with their jobs. We suggest, if a councillor thinks the above matters are so important, they should raise them away from the public glare. In particular, why not raise the risk matters with the new CEO so that the work can be programmed into the normal course of city business? Maybe this has already been done, and if so, no need to raise it here tonight. Introducing so many of these matters publicly at one's second or third council meeting just raises questions about motives. As said, our deputation tonight is more of what we've deputised on earlier in 2025. From a ratepayer point of view, we don't find a public debate of this kind edifying. Throughout this year, we've maintained that good relations between councillors and the administration are key. As we've said previously, and we stand by this, it's the norms, behaviours and actions of our council which determine good governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Dr Gilliatt. Councillors, any questions for Dr Gilliatt on her deputation? No. Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Ms Joanne Ord of Como, who is speaking on item 10.1.1. Is Ms Ord here? She might be in the other room. Here she comes. Fantastic. Welcome to you, Ms Ord. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Hello. I just want to clarify. Evening, everybody. I'm not speaking against this. There was just for or against, and I'm somewhere in the middle. Okay. So most of you will know that I don't approach projects with emotion, as it can create problems, it can get you into trouble, clouds judgments and weakens objectivity. So studies, designs or estimates, they either work within the constraints applied or they don't. We can afford things or we can't. And scopes must always be realistic, but revision of scope is entirely possible. We know escalation costs have been substantial in recent years, and that trend does continue, meaning oversight of any project stage is crucial to ensure capital funding doesn't derail us very early. So we know there was a previous concept in 2022, but the RAF then took over. And then in May this year, we saw the options assessment of 8 mil, recommending a hybrid option of a new building with select upgrades. And that options report featured a single-storey building. And this was essentially an order of magnitude with the use of a single all-in rate, and that's pretty normal as a high-level estimate. But basically, it's a big old thumbsuck. And there's little project definition and exclusions are substantial. But these initial estimates, they prompt consideration of funding, what have we got internally and where can we go externally. In the options report, I noted the use of the words recommended and not recommended. We know these words aren't binding, we've all been there before. But in terms of project development, they are important when step change or scope deviation occurs. And a specific item from that report also caught my attention. The city stated that a 2-storey building would add significant capital and operational costs and was not recommended. So it was a surprise to me to see the revised 2-storey concept come through, along with all the external trappings presented for community consultation. And it did instantly ring alarm bells for me about capital funding. And this revised Challenger concept actually reminds me a little of the RAF concept, obviously on a smaller scale. The RAF kind of became a dream facility as a concept, trying to be all things to every confirmed and imaginable potential user. And of course, it was always going to struggle to become a reality with those huge funding hurdles. And I wondered if perhaps a little of that had occurred here, trying to satisfy the club's wish lists. And I know a couple of those requests were kind of poo-pooed, not everyone was adopted, but on the whole there wasn't a lot of refusal. And there doesn't appear to be a whole lot of sharing of facilities going on in the true sense of the word. So when I attended the drop-in session, I bumped into a couple of acquaintances, both in the same industry, and they also had the same concerns about capital funding and was this design truly necessary. So on that basis, I wasn't at all surprised when I saw the estimate for the revised 2-storey concept, and when I looked at it in detail, there's an awful lot of fruit in there. The 18 million reserve was never going to fly, and we've got no state or federal funding. Any club contributions will be small fry, pretty much. And any minor grants will kind of be the same. Sale proceeds from Bridge Club land will unlikely be realised until a move from that Bridge Club will happen, unless some temporary accommodation can be arranged. And in truth, I also wonder if applying that entire proceed of a land sale to such a facility as Challenger is the best avenue of return on city funds. And I understand that comment might not be popular, or in fact possible to enact, but I'm just putting it out there. But we now have expectation in the community again, and although perhaps limited to certain portions of that community, namely the user groups and the locals, we must manage that expectation to avoid a repeat of the RAF, which became overly emotive with populist narrative, and project objectivity well and truly left the building, and it was really disappointing to watch. We don't need another occurrence of that or any substantial regret costs. I don't agree with the consultant's recommendation to proceed to detailed design. That's what they'll say. There's $2 million in it for them. And project funding isn't their concern. Unfortunately, it's yours. So I'm glad to see the city is not recommending that path of action. I also don't agree with their contract contingency, particularly in these economic times. As a principal or a head contractor, I would not accept 5%. Perhaps there's substantial fat in their applied rates, who knows. Their implementation plan is far too compressed up front, in my view. It's almost written as if we're already at FID, and we're not. We're so far from that. I also don't agree entirely with the city's recommendation tonight. I'm sorry, everybody. To me, this reads that upcoming decisions will be made on whether to progress all or part of the current concept, that being a two-storey with nominated periphery works. And I believe that locks us in too much and doesn't allow for a true rescoping of the project while external funding sources are investigated. We can't afford this concept as is. I'm not saying cancel the upgrades altogether, that's why I said I'm in the middle. And I'm suggesting a significant revision of scope, which is then recosted to see if we can fund it. Clubs may not get everything on their wish list. They may have to compromise. We all do in life. But would it be worth considering a new facility and select external upgrades based on true need, one that we can fund responsibly and implement with certainty? So I'm going to throw some ideas out there for Challenger. They're not exhaustive. They may not all be palatable to everybody, and I know I'm not privy to the behind-the-scenes decisions and inputs that go on at council, but they're for your consideration. Perhaps the Bridge Club could stay at Britton Street. I realise the city may have had plans to sell off that land, but it already functions as a bridge club, and that loses 80 parking bays in the new design. Or remove that second storey altogether and adhere to the city's original recommendation. Typically, you can reduce your costs by 25 to 30%, dependent on that upper storey complexity. The football club already operates at ground level, and there is no national team requiring that upper level view. The area proposed for the Bridge Club could then be turned into function rooms. Or if the Bridge Club is to move to Challenger, perhaps require clubs to truly share a bit more of the facilities on a single level. Everyone must remember, we are not in favourable economic times. Things are costly and there's no avoiding it. There was a constraint of tree retention given to the consultants, and you all know I love our environment. But did this requirement impose layout constraints which then impacted costs? And if so, how could that cost impact versus tree retention and new planting be optimised? I understand the city likely feels under pressure to adhere to the UGS, given the recent high-profile events on private land at Aquinas, on public land at the Foreshore, and now at Royal Perth Golf Club. But would it be worth having that discussion? Why allow for WA Bowls when they've made no commitment to lease an area and no mention of capital contributions? Could the overall footprint be reduced, meaning the metres squared per user group be rationalised? And again, compromise might be necessary. Could the 2 tension bowling green covers be removed from scope? At 2.5 mil, that's pretty substantial. Do all the greens need to be synthetic? Could a revised layout enable a couple of greens to stay as is? Does our city, in fact, have an oversupply of bowling greens in general? I don't know. And does the administration have the capacity to manage another go at this, given their current workload? There are many concept and estimate elements to reassess. Whether they're workable or fundable are matters for investigation and consideration.
60 seconds,
But we
Ms.
do
Ord.
have remaining budget from that 350K. So in closing, whatever decision council makes next week and in the future regarding Challenger upgrades, objectivity and financial responsibility must prevail. Thank you and Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Ord, for your deputation. Councillors, any questions for Ms. Ord about her deputation? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Ms. Linda Deutsch of Manning, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Welcome to you, Ms. Deutsch. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this item. Mayor, councillors, city officers, and welcoming Ms. Ledger and Ms. Websdale to their recent appointments. I've been the chairperson of the Manning Community Association for over 13 years, and this volunteer body supporting the local community for 17 years in matters of interest and concern. We seek to support the officer's recommendation that the council request the CEO to present funding options for the Challenger Reserve concept design in the budgeting process for 2026 and 2027, but to be realistic and to manage expectations. So what is feasible, basically? I am speaking on the need for the long-awaited upgrade of Challenger Reserve to meet our sporting and community needs for our broader South Perth suburbs and local residents. Requesting council to accept the opportunity for redevelopment and implement a long-term financial plan to bring this much-needed enhanced facility to fruition. This reserve development has been on the MCA, Manning Community Association, agenda for over 6 years and originally had 2 representatives from our team involved in the process, which developed the 2019 master plan. So it's been in our focus for quite a long time. 3 years later, our team questioned the lack of implementation and the extensive timeline in a glossy city document entitled Community Recreation Facilities Plan 2019 to 2033, and I still had it in my file, which started to look unrealistic. And so in 2022, we provided a proposal for a much-needed dog exercise area after raising this with the city and were asked to submit the idea. Then the Recreational Aquatic Facility, RAF, took flight and Challenger was put on the back burner, as we all know. In August 2023, the Manning Bowling Club approached the MCA for support about concerns in lack of consultation and unrealistic timelines with the master plan, and asked that the community involve the major stakeholders affected by the plan. In light of council to resolve not to progress delivery of the RAF and also resolve to attempt to have the $20 million federal grant redirected toward other community projects, it was timely to facilitate a forum that would ensure open communication. We all seem to be on different pages and we're not sure of what was happening. It was hoped that the $20 million anticipated from the federal government may be redirected to resurrect the Challenger master plan. Hence, the MCA proposed a community meeting with the city for everyone to be on the same page and requesting that the original plan be reviewed and a feasibility study be done to assess the reality of the 2019 master plan due to 2 years of delay in addressing the community concern and to get communication flowing. We were advised in June 2024 that the city officer would be facilitating individual stakeholder meetings and a feasibility review would be proposed to council in September 2024. Our community was pleased to see the city put the Challenger Reserve back on the agenda this year for a multi-purpose facility and associated amenities to be considered. Asking the community and stakeholders for their wish list, which obviously is misleading to expectations, as Joe pointed out, well, it is no surprise that the costings are blown out in the consolidated proposal. It's exorbitant, and we appreciate that. We now support the planning to be rescoped and, if necessary, be implemented in a staged approach, as this reserve and clubs deserve better facilities, and our community warrants a facility that will become the heart of our community and one that all South Perth residents can use and be proud of. We need the city to be realistic in redevelopment of the Challenger Reserve Master Plan and provide for our growing supporting needs and community engagement, and totally appreciate rescoping is necessary to manage these huge expectations that basically was put out as a wish list. And yeah, again, we don't want that happening. So this is a valid opportunity for our council to support the citizens they represent and come together as a team, which we request you to do in consideration of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
Councillors, any questions for Ms Deutsch this evening? No. Thank you for the deputation.
Thanks.
All right, I'm now going to jump to item 12.8. So I'm going to invite Mr Mal Dempsey of South Perth, who is speaking for the notice of motion at item 12.8. If Mr Dempsey could please come to the microphone. There he is. Welcome to you, Mr Dempsey. The microphone is yours. We look forward to your deputation.
Mr Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, huge turnout. Must be something happening. Basically, my name's Mel Dempsey. I'm a long-term resident of and a business owner and local community member. I've sold a lot of properties over the last 30 or 40 years to clients along the Esplanade and South Perth Peninsula mainly. And they're people who are buying as a Perth base or a future retirement in what's an iconic and incomparable destination. So I speak on behalf of these clients now, and they're now mates from all over the state, you know, from Busselton, Kalgoorlie, you know, up north, and most of them are saying to me, enough is enough. The excessive noise of unmuffled exhaust systems is intolerable and the speeding is dangerous. Even taking the dog for a late night walk, you know, my wife's half the size of me, comes with dangers of some whom, you know, generally with a criminal element, you know, they're down there dealing and whatever they're doing at the end of the car park. And they yell verbal obscenities in response to them signalling to slow down. And just this week, an 81-year-old man was hit with an axe for a similar gesture in one of the caravan parks just south. Residents have taken upon themselves to film and monitor continual law breaking, only to be disregarded by council and police. It is not up to residents to be policing these thugs. It is dangerous and could escalate dramatically. With the current level of angst and sleep deprivation, which is a major cause of mental illness, and I even heard recently, it's hearsay, but somewhere at the point of where they're basically prepared to take the law into their own hands. Such is the level of anger in the community over the hewing and carry on. The Road Traffic Act has existing laws for speeding and excessive noise. Council also has powers under the noise abatement and neighbourhood disturbance, you know, to stop this antisocial behaviour. Council needs to provide an after-hours ranger to monitor and issue move-on notices to those parked up and playing loud music late into the night. They also need to be fronting state government regarding enforcement of road traffic laws, asking why yellow stickers are not issued and why whom's cars are not being impounded and crushed. There seems to be a core group of only about half a dozen serial offenders, and news of crushing a couple of cars would soon spread and curtail the behaviour. Currently, Council provides no after-hours contact, and specifically in relation to the motion, I would say that the corner is dangerous, you know, in 1A, where there's a pedestrian crossing, well, it's not a crossing, but people believe there's a crossing and they just wander across from the ferry to up Main Street, across the road, because it's got some painted lines there, which, anyway, it's dangerous. And I've seen people knocked off bikes there on a few occasions. I haven't seen a pedestrian hit yet, but I've almost seen a little kid ride out onto a toddler walk out onto that part of the road. So it is dangerous. It needs a designated pedestrian crossing, but it needs to have lights there as well, so that it's not just Brown's cows wandering across there aimlessly. You know, it needs to be set times to go across as per the lights from across Labouchere to go to the front of the zoo, and also to cross from the Windsor to cross over to the zoo that way. I note that crossing on the corner of Men's and Mill Point Road shouldn't be a four-way walk. All it does is hinder traffic flow altogether. 1B, I'm against speed humps and lowering speed limits. It will not reduce noise level. All they'll do is drive in first and second gear, and it's the noise which is a killer. It won't stop the noise, and it will only be exacerbated with the noise from trucks, etc., bouncing across speed humps and whatever. And there's going to be a lot of trucks in that location next year. There's 3 new developments happening on South Perth Esplanade alone, a couple of big towers happening on Mill Point Road. So I think, you know, trucks braking and bouncing, and we've got a chicane out the front of our place, and they treat it as like a chicane, like on a racetrack. You know, like they get up to probably 120 plus kilometres an hour, drop it down a couple of gears, bang, 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 bang on the way through, and then cut through there as if it's a racetrack. More lighting along the boardwalk is favoured, point 2, and also is favoured the closing of the car park on the east end. As I say, neighbours of mine have witnessed several people dealing whatever they're dealing, and it's a meeting place for antisocial gatherings and legal transactions. So if we can close that, it's a start, and the monitoring will improve safety, especially if the monitored behaviour is acted upon. And I think I've covered points 5 and 6 already. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your folks. I've got to be fair to everyone. We don't boo or jeer, but we don't applaud either. We listen respectfully. So that's the warning. I appreciate the sentiment, but no, come on. We want everyone to be heard, but I won't tolerate disrespect. So please. Councillors, any questions for Mr Dempsey? Councillor Howling.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Dempsey, last year in December, you met together with the Mayor at that time, engaged in some consultation together with the Council. What was the outcome of that meeting that you had in December, and what were the action items that were then suggested or proposed, and what was the effect of that?
Can you remind me what the meeting was about again?
Yes, it was reported on the 10th of December 2024 to the Ordinary Council meeting that there was a meeting together with the Mayor that took place on the 21st of November 2024, and residents, yourself and Mr Tana, to discuss issues including hooting on the South Perth foreshore. So it's about a year ago. I understand if your memory may have faded, but do you have any recollection of what's...
I remember they put some monitoring up. They put cameras up at the end of our street. They were monitored for probably a month. That information was gathered. I think one of our immediate neighbours will probably talk on that more soon. I think she's deputised and she's also speaking. But she went to council. Council said, "Oh, there's nothing we haven't got the people to monitor it." She went to Kensington Police Station. They said the same thing. It's not their problem. Go and see council. So, like I say, it gets to a point where nothing has happened.
Any further questions for Mr Dempsey, councillors? Councillor Howling.
Thank you. And was there any effect by the cameras that were then put up? Did that have any moderating effect to any of the behaviour that you identified?
Yeah, well, they put the cameras up. They also, for a very short period of time, had 40 kilometre an hour speed limit signs up. That did nothing, because if they're going to do 20 kilometres an hour or 40 kilometres an hour, they don't come past there. They come past there at 100 kilometres an hour. So, you know, changing the speed limit much is not going to do anything unless they've got police there to catch them and crush their cars and teach them a lesson.
Thank you, Mr Dempsey. Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Lees.
Thank you for your deputation. I just had a query. The notice of motion talks about making a section or Mill Point closed one way at a certain point of time, and it talks about some service roads being closed. I just wondered if you had an opinion on those.
Oh, I'm in favour of that. You know, I think whatever we can do to minimise the amount of through traffic is good. And I know Mr Tana is actually speaking on that specifically later on, but I am in favour of doing what he suggests, yeah.
Okay, so, but to just clarify, you said you weren't in favour of the reducing the speeds or the...
I just don't think they'll be effective, you know, like, because the problem is, like, their modified exhaust system is there's just a straight outlet without any muffling at all, and it makes a really loud noise when they accelerate and a really loud noise when they decelerate. And it's just, you know, like it's, like I say, I know people who have actually suggested that they were going to get stingers and things like that to sort of, and I said, no, don't do that. Yet.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Howling?
Sorry, what are stingers? I'm sorry for that.
It's something the police use to throw out onto the road and bust all their tyres. Instantly.
Councillors, just before I ask if there's any other questions, I'm going to remind everyone that we've got 15 deputations to get through tonight, and I'm pretty sure once a meeting goes past 3 hours, the ability to make decent decisions deteriorates markedly. So any further questions for Mr Dempsey? Councillor Raison.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Dempsey. One of the things that the city had tried initially was to close the Millers Pool car park, and I've had some comments from some in the area that that has moved the issue down to the next car park. Would you say that that is the case? And if we close that car park, will it move, do you think, or is it just the South Perth Esplanade that you think is the attraction?
I think it was successful in the fact that all those people off the freeway used to gather under the Narrows, now will gather up the other end of the car park 101, I think it is, the South Perth Esplanade end of, or the east end of South Perth Esplanade. So it's just transferred the problem, yeah.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Thank you for your deputation, Mr Dempsey.
Thank you for your time.
All right. I'd now like to invite Mr Peter Carter, who is speaking for the notice of motion at item 12.8. Welcome, Mr Carter. There we go. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Standing room only out there. I live at 93 South Perth Esplanade, and I've lived on the South Perth Esplanade for nearly 30 years. And I'm just going to talk primarily about the hooning. I've only got 3 points to make and one recommended solution. Firstly, it's real. I think you've all got the pictures I sent through about the skid marks, or you should have, on both the South Perth Esplanade and Min Street. It's real, it's really bad, it's really noisy, and it's absolutely deliberate. And it's all about the noise, the revving. That's why they do it, and they just do it to annoy us. They'll almost stop in front of your house and rev it, and then move on to the next one and rev it. That's their idea of having a good time. So that's my first point, it's real. My second point, it's every night. It has been since you closed the Millers Pool car park. Every night for well over a year. So when I go home tonight, that'll be my entertainment. My third point, and this is, I think, one that you should all really take big note of. This is not just a South Perth Esplanade issue or a Millers Pool issue. This is a whole of City of South Perth issue. You just haven't realised it yet. Why do I say that? Once they know they can't come to the South Perth Esplanade, they'll move down the road, like they did for Millers Pool. They go to Coote Street, they go to Douglas Avenue, then they'll go to Jubilee Street, then they'll go to Ranelagh Crescent, then they'll go to Swanview Terrace, one after the other. So I appreciate Councillor Howling's detailed assessment and suggestions, but in my view, it's pointless doing road modifications, pointless doing road directional changes, reducing speeds, traffic calming devices. They'll just move to another street. And you'll end up repeating it again, you'll chase your tail, and you'll waste money. So what do? What's the solution? The only thing that will stop these people is by police charging them, particularly issuing them with defect notices on their prized possessions. But the police will not allocate the resources to do that, and if they do, it won't be for any length of period of time. They've got more important things to do. So we might get a little bit out of them, but it'll be a Band-Aid on a large wound. So we, You, the council, need to look after ourselves. So how do we do that? 2 ways. Invest in a mobile, noise-activated CTV unit that collects evidence that police will accept and prosecute on. Deploy it immediately to the South Perth Esplanade and then move it on to the next place where they move to. An investment by the council will protect all of South Perth, not just South Perth Esplanade or Millers Pool from hooning, for this issue will likely continue for some time. So the aim here is to move them out of the city of South Perth. Ultimately, this is a wider issue. It's a community issue. It's a police issue. But your responsibilities are to the ratepayers of the city of South Perth. That's an unfortunate truth, and that's an unavoidable truth. So invest in the mobile unit, and secondly, yes, meet with the police to advocate, to get them on board to stop the hooning and use of the nitrous oxide. The aim is to catch the repeat offenders and issue defence notices. There's nothing else that will give us some respite until the CTV unit might turn up. This needs action now. This is not a what we can't do moment for council and council officers. It's what a can we do moment. We don't need investigations or bureaucracy or delays, the sorts of things that you can read in some of the response to the notice of motion. What we do need to do is reduce the request to the officers to just those 2 items, which will be the effective and then efficient use of the officers' time, and it will lead to a quick response. As to the budget, it'll be an out-of-budget spend. And if it's an out-of-budget spend, it's an out-of-budget spend. Otherwise, what do? Wait another year to let you go through your budget and put it into the budget? Something that we all know needs doing. It's been on for 2 years now since the Millers Pool thing happened, and that was over 2 years ago. So that's been closed for a year, and it's just transferred it. So it's something that needs to be done. So get on and spend the money now. Don't worry about being out of budget. So I asked the councillors to approve to do 2 things. Buy a mobile noise-activated camera now for the benefit of the whole city of Perth, and don't let bureaucracy or out-of-budget spends get in the way. And 2, have the council officers meet the police to have them act on the issue as soon as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Carter. Councillors, any questions for Mr Carter this evening? Councillor Howling.
Thank you. And Mr Carter, are you aware of the fact that there was a offer, or rather a promise, for $22.5 million to be paid towards noise activation cameras during the last election?
No, I wasn't.
Right. Are you, similarly, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor, and just move to the... Are you aware of questions that were asked in the Legislative Council in relation to the progress that was then being made by government to acquire and purchase those cameras, in which it was said that the Department of Local Government and Industry are currently drafting and reviewing procurement process for the 2025 commitment that had been made for those CCTV cameras?
No.
And that finally, through you, Mr Mayor, that the acoustic cameras are currently subject to a request for information before they go to market and before a procurement process is launched through the WA Police for those cameras.
No. Are they fixed cameras?
Yes. If you
Folks, I'm going to intervene here. Councillor Howling, it does seem like you're cross-examining deputies to try and make a political point, so please refrain from doing that. And I'm afraid I can't allow deputations to be a back and forth between councillors. We just won't get through all the deputations. Councillors, does anyone else? Councillor Raison.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Carter. I agree with you. It's a broader issue. It's actually a whole of metro area issue in many ways. I've got issues coming in Dalkeith and a number of areas, the same thing. Different vehicles, motorcycles in some cases. There is a police hotline, but from what I hear, is absolutely no response. Do you ever get a response from the police?
No. No. I mean, I've occasionally seen a police car drive up and down, but no. In my view, if you're going to have the police, it needs to be covert. Because, they're connected. They'll very quickly say there's something here, there, don't go, and they won't. So,
Thank you. And that was my second question. Do you think police patrols make any difference? Or you probably answered the question about covert is the better approach?
depends how often they come. If they're up and down every 10 minutes, maybe.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr Carter, folks? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr Carter. All right. I'd now like to invite Ms Chanel Marriott. I hope I've pronounced your surname correctly there. She's speaking for the notice of motion recommendation at item 12.8. Welcome to you, Ms Marriott. We look forward to your deputation.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for allowing me to speak today on my experiences and accounts of the atrocities that have been happening daily on the South Perth Esplanade. I will start with the antisocial behaviour I have witnessed firsthand, including the use of nitrous oxide and public urination in broad daylight. Young men and women have been parked on the island by the Narrows Bridge, blasting loud music and filling balloons to inhale their nangs. While they are parked, I have witnessed young men exiting the car to relieve themselves as families walk past on the foreshore. I have seen fights between parked cars over what I can only assume is drugs. One car will pull up and then leave after they have fought. I have witnessed the yelling and profanities being hurled at passers-by. You would think once they leave it would be a relief, but it doesn't end there. Condoms used for sexual or lewd acts, I've seen faeces on toilet paper, or as a balloon substitute, balloons, empty litre spirit bottles and large canisters of nitrous oxide littered on the island where these disrespectful people have parked. These people are driving when they shouldn't be. They speed around the corner and down Mill Point Road, often with their cars backfiring and speeding between the humps. It is very concerning that in such a beautiful and commandeered location, these individuals are putting others at risk. We have involved the police on numerous occasions, and when they do come, they have said they cannot do anything as nitrous oxide doesn't show up when tested. Further to that point, I have seen the police speaking with people who are holding a balloon and a canister under their arm as they are speaking with the police. They still cannot do anything according to them. It is because of this I felt compelled to speak today, and I believe there needs to be urgent action taken. I do agree with the previous points made, and I do think cameras, the ones that were temporarily there, it was a deterrent at the time, so it is something to be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Councillors, any questions for Ms Marriott this evening? No. Thank you very much for your deputation. I'd now like to invite Mr Nick Tana of South Perth, who is speaking for the notice of recommendation at item 12.8. I was hoping.
It is what we're talking about.
Yep,
May I,
yep.
please? Will you indulge me, Mr Mayor?
No, please do. I have a feeling I know what it is.
Just so
Yes.
everybody is aware of what we're about. And then I'll start my deputation. Sorry, I'm not going to let it go because this has got gas. This has got gas in it. And this was left on.
I'm going to look real silly if this explodes, Mr Tana.
It won't explode nor blow up. It is only happy gas.
All right. And I understand that you've got some short videos to play during your deputation.
Well, yes, please. Not now.
All right. Governance, are we ready to go at the appropriate time? Outstanding. Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favour of the motion. As everybody knows, my name is Nick Tana. My wife and I moved into our new home on the northern end of the South Perth Esplanade almost 10 years ago from the northern suburbs, thinking that this would be our last move. We would enjoy the latter years in what we thought was the best suburb in Perth. We thought we would have peace and quiet rather than the hell that we have had to endure, to the extent that we have seriously considered moving back to the northern suburbs. In fact, I had mentioned this to a senior councillor present tonight over a year ago. The following video summarises our frustration bordering on anger. Moving cars directly below our bedroom are of no concern. However, engine revving and loud music in the middle of the night are deafening. please. Enjoy the music, folks. 3 o'clock in the morning. It goes on indefinitely, but I won't bore you. Please play the second one. Early in the evening. I think we get the message. Thank you. Thank you. Whilst most of Perth ratepayers are peacefully sleeping, we're subjected to hooning and antisocial behaviour every weekend, and now weekdays as well. I could show you videos indefinitely, and I haven't. With numerous other incidents of antisocial behaviour on the South Perth Esplanade and the median strip directly below us. However, my intention is not to bore you tonight, but impress upon you the urgency of stamping out hooning and antisocial behaviour in South Perth in the form of speeding, urinating in public, burnouts, vaping nitrous oxide, that cylinder there, engine revving and playing loud music in the early hours of the morning. One or more of these antisocial activities are occurring almost every night after 10 p.m. Over the past 2 years, the frequency and volume of antisocial behaviour has significantly increased, culminating to a point where, as Mr Dempsey says, enough is enough. I've called the police hotline, a number we were given by council to lodge our complaint, only to be told on numerous occasions by the dispatcher that their resources are stretched. And that's fair enough, as they'll try and send a patrol car, but never came. Unless it's a life-threatening incident, there's no way they're going to react because they've got other things to do. The police have told me that it is not illegal to vape nitrous oxide. Allow me the indulgence of reading to you what is on this canister, if I can find it. Come on, here it is here. Okay. Directions for use, see label. Safety directions, do not intentionally inhale contents. Warning, may cause irreversible nerve damage if inhaled. That's got nitrous oxide in it. Left behind, I could have collected most probably 100 in the last 2 months, 3 months. I don't know what happens to them. Some good Samaritan is picking them up every morning. If we can't prosecute, we must deter. If not, eliminate their ability to carry on their antisocial behaviour. Council has the authority to implement policies and procedures to discourage, if not eliminate, hooning. The motion before council will go a long way to discourage or eliminate hooning on the peninsula. I urge all councillors to consider all the residents on the foreshore and other suburbs and support the motion. If not in its entirety, then a modified version covering items that are in the council's absolute power to implement. I ask the new CEO to look back on the records. This issue has been in front of council over 4 years now, and nothing is, I'll rephrase that, some things have happened, but hey, it's getting worse. So if council decide to act at glacial speed, you will be fostering a society of misfits, notwithstanding what it's doing to the residents. We are entitled to quiet enjoyment of our residents, our streets and our suburbs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr Tana. Councillors, do we, once again, folks, please, any questions for Mr Tana this evening? Councillor Raison.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Tana. As the person I'm aware who has sort of coordinated the effort, thank you very much for doing that. I know that you have many other things to do, and just because you are sort of representative of this particular area, I would also like to just thank everybody who's come tonight. It was only, even though I live in the Mill Point ward and have done so for more than 20 years, where I live is more the Angelo Street precinct, and until I actually, and some of you will already know this, until I actually door knocked in your area during the election, I really had no idea about the level of distress, and I have had a number of people call me, very emotional, very upset, particularly in some of the higher buildings where this noise is carrying up. And while it's no comfort, I'm sure, to hear me say this, I do want you to know that I think that the level of distress that you're experiencing is completely unacceptable. where
Councillor
we go
Razon,
from
I
here.
hate to be the bad guy here, but
Sorry, go ahead.
questions do have to be short and succinct.
Yes,
I
sorry.
appreciate why you're saying what you're saying, but
yes,
it is
thank
time for questions.
No question.
Oh, I was going to say that to date, around at least $300,000 has been spent by the city on different traffic calming measures in the area. But the question for us all is, why is the problem getting worse? It doesn't matter in many ways, but I think we have to factor that into the...
The simple answer is inactivity is an absolute blessing for these hoons. They enjoy it, they revel in it. That's the whole exercise, to show off what they've got. And if you guys do nothing, or the police do nothing, you guys have the power to do it within the council regs. You should be able to increase the patrols, increase the lighting. A lot of the good suggestions came out of tonight, and there'll be more, and that's what I was hopeful for. I'm not giving you the solution. Take on board everything that's being said tonight, but I only ask one thing: act. Get it done. End of story. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Tana.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I've been told that these cannot be delivered to your refuse department because it costs them money. What do I do with it?
Good question.
Please, tell me. I'm going to leave it there.
Ms Amprimo, do you want a genuine answer?
What do you want me to do?
Yeah. We'll take that one on notice.
Do I take it? Because I don't know what to do with it. Seriously.
I'll take care of it after the end of this meeting.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Councillor Howling?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Tana. I asked Mr Dempsey, you had a meeting on the November last year or December last year, reported to the council in December. Do you recall that meeting, firstly? And secondly, what other consultation are you aware of that you participated or were aware of together with the council? And what do you say that concretely within the purview of the local government it's able to do? I mean, bearing in mind the cameras are being purchased, that's underway, that's going to happen. But now focusing on what we can do to act. And what have you discussed in the past and what action?
Give us a hotline. Give us a hotline with a responsive person that will act for us. We'll call that hotline and we'll keep that person busy, male or female, whatever it is. We'll keep them busy. Believe me, they'll be occupied. And all they have to do, put up no parking signs after certain hours. That'll deter them. They've got to have the ability to act with authority. They can't, otherwise we might as well just organise our own security people. But they've got no authority. You've got to give them authority to do something and move on notices, immediate, or infringement notices like I got at Claremont Showgrounds for going to the Royal Show on the Verge. Just do it.
Thank you, Mr Tana. Any further questions? Councillor Brenda... Oh, hold up, Mr Tana. Councillor Brenda Abrandis has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your deputation, Mr Tana. With regard to the proposed motorplex in the Burswood Park or Perth Park, do you consider the patrons that would attend that event may exacerbate the current problem that you've got?
Look, I think any activity will increase the possibility of hooning and fast cars and noise and what have you. And if you think about it, the Main Street ferries and the increased ferry services that's going to happen, it's a perfect place to park and then go over there and watch and then rev off. I'm not a petrol head myself, but I know that rev heads and petrol heads, they do that. That's what they do. So yes, the short answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr Tana. Councillor Howling?
Thank you. Just one last question. The gift that you're leaving tonight, who are you actually giving that to so they can enter it into the gift register?
Not my...
Councillors, please, we've really got limited time here and we want to hear everyone. Appreciate a bit of lightness, but let's try and use our time efficiently, please.
May I leave?
I think so, yes. Best to go now. All right. I'd now like to invite Ms Daphne Hahn of South Perth, who is speaking for the notice of motion recommendation at item 12.8. Welcome to you, Ms Hahn. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Look, I'm a relatively new resident to the area, even though I have been a ratepayer for over 20 years in South Perth. I recently moved just down from Mr Tana. I want to share my concerns about the antisocial behaviour occurring on the foreshore across from my home. I've witnessed a level of disturbance that's left me shocked and deeply unsettled. In this short time, I've seen hooning, loud music late at night, groups gathering to inhale nitrous oxide, commonly known as nangas, I've since learnt, a behaviour that feels threatening and unpredictable. On more than one occasion, I have been verbally abused simply for being outside my home during the early hours of the morning. I came in from a late flight and had to put my bins out, and there was a Hilux there there's a regular visitor to that medium strip, and they abused me. I didn't look in their direction, didn't say a word, put my bins out and went inside. I rang my sister to come and stay the night with me because I'm a widow. I stay on my own, and it has actually traumatised me significantly. You know, they have a significant impact. It has a significant impact on the sense of safety in my home. I chose this area because of the reputation as a peaceful and beautiful place to live, but right now I often feel anxious and vulnerable in my own neighbourhood. This behaviour isn't harmless. It's disruptive, it's intimidating, and in some cases dangerous. It affects not only long-term residents people, but it also newcomers like myself who are trying to build a life here. I'm asking Council to please take this issue seriously and consider measures that will help restore safety to the foreshore, whether that involve increased patrols, better lighting, clear regulations, or targeted community intervention. Something needs to change. I'm not asking for special attention, just the ability to feel safe. I recently had somebody come in through my gate to my home. I have rung Kensington Police Station a couple of times. They don't answer. Okay. This fellow was arrested. Now there's some random bloke that knows who I am. I don't know who he is. There was a restraining order against me and my home. So no, because he came into my home. So the police have put a restraining order. He's not allowed to approach my home. He's not allowed to approach me. I don't know who he is. All I have is a picture of this man, you know. So this has been 30 years of hard work to get to the point to be able to live in South Perth and enjoy my retirement. I am seriously questioning whether I should even live in South Perth at all or not. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you will support the efforts to make this area secure and welcoming for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hahn, and thank you for sharing that with us. Councillors, are there any questions for Ms Hahn this evening? No. Thank you very much for your deputation.
Mr Mayor, could we just have the pressurised vessel taken out of the chamber?
I'm sure that can be arranged. Governance, can we put that somewhere suitable? All right. I'd now like to invite Ms Rachel Matthews of South Perth, who is speaking for the Notice of Motion recommendation at item 12.8. Welcome to you, Ms Matthews. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Just regarding to the canister there, I have spoken to some of your gardening people around the area, and they said that there is a 40-gallon tub somewhere that they're constantly filling it up. So if anyone finds them, you can just leave them by the bins. You'll probably find a number of them in the morning. This is basically a recollection of what happens to me on a daily basis, and probably many people have been talking about the hooning. I live at 93 South Perth Esplanade. I live with Mel Dempsey and Peter Carter. I can't remember the last time I went to bed without the noise of modified engines of cars travelling at excessive speeds along the South Perth Esplanade. This happens every night of the week. Each night this behaviour commences, the same routine occurs. I call the WA Police to report the excessive noise and high speeds that they are travelling at. The police call centre representative will then ask a series of questions. How many cars have you seen? Do you have any descriptions of the cars involved? Do you have any registration numbers? And of course, have you managed to take any footage of those involved? Now, there was a time when myself and many other residents will go down to street level, stand at the side of the road and take footage of these idiots, only to be receiving end of verbal abuse, threatening actions such as driving into our own private driveway and revving their engines. Now we don't bother because we don't know the dangers or outcomes that could be. For example, as mentioned earlier, the 81-year-old man who was attacked with an axe while asking a driver to slow down only just a couple of days ago. So by us not providing this information at the time of our call to the 131444 number, reporting the activity, they say that because they don't have descriptions nor any registration identification, they do not treat the job as urgent and will send the information through to the local police station so that it can be looked into. We have asked for regular patrols of the WA Police. They say they try and achieve this, but they are too busy, and I quote, dealing with urgent cases such as domestic violence and stabbings. So my husband Kevin and I decided to seek the help of a private investigator at our own costs. Over the course of a week, our PI filmed numerous cars and witnessed extreme cases of dangerous driving, speeding and cars with excessive noise. By the end of the week, the drivers were aware of his presence and started getting cocky with him. We had his footage on hand and can provide it to the City of South Perth Council and to the WA Police, who will hopefully take appropriate action. Now, on the 22nd of November, I had a conversation with one young hoon driver who frequently causes disturbance in our area. I informed him that cameras were recording the erratic driving. He replied that police cameras will never catch them because they use the Waze app, which alerts them to police locations. He then drove off laughing, loudly revving his engine and speeding away in a purple Lamborghini. Shortly afterwards, a police paddy wagon drove past. I turned around and followed it. The officers eventually pulled up into the Centre Gardens car park, the east end of the South Perth Esplanade. When I arrived there were at least 10 vehicles present, cars and drivers well known to the local residents for their ongoing behaviour, including driving at high speeds, excessive engine revving, burnouts along the Esplanade and occasional donuts in the car park, and not the ones that you eat. I parked my car and approached the police vehicle. I explained that this behaviour occurs nightly and what action was to be taken to address it. The officers remained seated in their vehicle and did not provide a response. I then returned to my car, drove around and parked in front of the police vehicle. Bravely, I lowered my window and attempted to engage the young drivers, hoping the police would support the interaction. I asked them, at what point do you think it is acceptable to drive at excessive speeds and rev your large engines the way you do? Instead of addressing the behaviour of the drivers, the police officer approached my car, raised their voices at me, instructed me to let them do their job, and I was told if I did not move on immediately, I would be issued with a move on notice. As I drove away humiliated, the group of young drivers clapped and cheered, clearly encouraged by the fact that the police had ordered me to leave while taking no apparent action to their behaviour. This response from law enforcement was deeply concerning, and it appears that those responsible for the disturbances feel empowered to do continued unchecked. There is something seriously wrong with this situation. Now, there's one thing that I would like to do is cast our mind back to this time last year. At the end of the South Perth Esplanade, near the entrance of the parking lot to the Sentence Garden, there was a camera set up to take footage of cars going in and out of the car park. I decided to come to the South Perth Council offices and ask what was being done with the footage they had been gathering. I was told by one of your service officers that no information was able to be given to me and that I would have to go and see the Kensington Police Station for any investigations. So that is what I did. And when I had a conversation with one of the officers, I won't name who, he said that he had no information regarding that camera and had no idea what I was talking about. So I asked, whatever happened to this camera footage? Was there anything ever done about it? In conclusion, I believe there's enough photos and video footage from residents submitted to the WA Police, and assuming City of South Perth still have record of footage from cameras that were installed this time last year near the Centre Gardens car park. Something must be done about this, and it needs to happen ASAP. When we call police 131444 number, they tell us it's a local council problem. And then when we speak to our representatives from the City of South Perth, they say we have to speak to the police. Enough is enough. Surely it's time for the City of South Perth to collectively work with the West Australian Police to stop this before we have a fatality. We are coming up to summer and the holiday season. The foot traffic and people visiting our beautiful foreshore is going to increase. This is a recipe for disaster, and we as residents of South Perth in all areas that antisocial and dangerous activity is taking place has had enough and are calling for action. And then we have the added problem of the use of nitrous oxide and I believe others while they're taking and driving recklessly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Matthews, for your deputation. Councillors, any questions for Ms Matthews this evening? No. Thank you very much for the deputation. That's all the deputations on item 12.8, folks. If anyone was sort of waiting for the last of those, we'll now move on to the deputations for item 12.11. So I'd like to begin by inviting Ms Jane Arden of Victoria Park, who is speaking for the notice of motion recommendation at item 12.11. Welcome to you, Ms Arden. I hope I've pronounced your surname correctly.
Arden as in Jacinta.
All right, Arden, thank you. The microphone is yours and we look forward to your deputation.
Okay, thank you. Save Burswood Alliance committee and members welcome the motion on notice to oppose all iterations of Burswood Park that include a V8 supercars and motorsports racetrack. We assume that the very fact of the notice of motion means that you're already familiar with the many concerning issues embedded in this project, including the lack of transparency or objective oversight, the lack of planning, the cancellation of...
Sorry, Ms Arden, I'm just going to interrupt. Folks, as you're leaving the chamber, we're trying to listen to Ms Arden's deputation, so if you can keep it down, that would be much appreciated. My apologies, Ms Arden, please continue.
That's all right, I'll just go back a bit. We assume the very fact of the notice of motion means you're already familiar with the many concerning issues embedded in this project, including the lack of transparency or objective oversight, the lack of planning, the cancellation of the state Labor government endorsed 2023 Burswood Park plan, the absence of any meaningful consultation or communication, the environmental impacts on riverside communities, flora and fauna, the broader economic impacts now and in the future, and the well-established social infrastructure and cost of living pressures and priorities across our WA community. We appreciate and accept that it's unusual for councils to weigh in on issues that are not within your boundaries or your jurisdiction. However, we suggest that in accordance with your 2025 advocacy strategy, joining with the City of Victoria Park and Perth City Council in opposing the destruction of Burswood Park places you in good company, creating lasting alliances and strategic relationships with your neighbours and strongly representing your community. We'd like to focus upon a few of the issues we see as most impactful for the City of Perth South Perth community. We take the stewardship responsibility for our Swan River foreshore and conservation category wetlands very seriously for ourselves and all future generations. This project creates a strong precedent that reverses the significant efforts and duties, the rights of local councils, Indigenous and community groups who have care of the parklands adjacent to the Swan River and who have championed open green space, increased tree canopy and native vegetation. The state claims that this project's okay because it'll be built on a reclaimed rubbish tip. The water and surrounds are contaminated and the space is not fully utilised. This rhetoric and spin ignores 30 years of rehabilitation and reuse, taking us back to the 1940s when it was deemed okay to put a rubbish tip there in the first place because it was only meaningful to the local Whadjuk people that were born there or lived on and visited the area. Now we know that Burswood Park is part of an important riverside wetland ecosystem that extends to South Perth and beyond, and it needs sensible and appropriate development for the ongoing health of the river and the 71 plus recorded species of fauna in just that space. Despite almost 1,000 detailed submissions, no public environmental assessment will be conducted by the Environmental Protection Authority. Qualified and knowledgeable individuals and environmental groups tell us that additional strain will be placed on animal populations, including in South Perth, and the water quality of the river will suffer. But our regulatory organisation believes the spin when the state says they will remove and rehome all existing fauna and manage all other aspects of the project as it gets built. The park is a well-used inner city sanctuary which provides much needed amenity for locals and tourists. 360,000 tourist visits to the park were formally recorded in the 2024-25 financial year, and significant numbers of local people from South Perth, Vic Park, Burswood and East Perth depend on it daily for their physical and mental health, given they live in small lots or apartments with little private green space. We also note that the Wadjuk people still regularly visit the area to honour their ancestors who were born and live there and to celebrate their culture. The state government is misusing its power to cancel the local Burswood Park 20-year vision that has informed a wide range of planning strategies at the local level. We have a housing crisis across WA, yet all housing developments on the peninsula have already halted as a result of the proposed motorsports racetrack, and buyers have been given their money back. This puts more pressure on housing stock in South Perth and other local areas and undermines the Victoria Park strategic planning framework, which envisaged 40,000 people housed in that area. Wetlands have already been filled beside Belmont Park horse racing track, and 4,500 residents are currently being built. Where are these people going to go and recreate? The state says that the asphalt and concrete covered Burswood Park will be open to the public at least 90% of the time, and the racetrack will only have one 3-day supercars championship per year. But the stated intention to the EPA and in the government's initial press release is for continuous motor racing events. Regular closed criterion cycling cup races will also be held on the track. All these events require fencing, significant additional infrastructure and set up and pull down time before therefore closing most of the area to the public over the course of a year. Lack of appropriate recreational green space in such a high density population area will place additional pressure and loss of amenity in parklands in South Perth, East Perth and Vic Park. This unhealthy precedent of the state riding roughshod over local government and established planning frameworks is already being repeated across numerous local government jurisdictions in WA. This was raised by the Alliance in our written submission and recent appearance before the Upper House Select Committee on Planning. We also note that the proposed State Development Act will give the state further powers to ignore the community if it passes. There's no doubt that the South Perth community will be impacted by additional traffic congestion to and from Burswood with the increase in events. However, the noise from all forms of motor racing will impact more obviously on residents and local businesses. The acoustic study provided to the EPA by government relied on the noise readings provided by Supercars Australia for the cursory analysis. It didn't look at independent research on noise levels or the impact of noise bouncing off the surrounding structures in Burswood Park, nor did it include analysis of impact anywhere across or down the Swan River. The noise generated at Supercar and similar events well exceeds WorkSafe guidelines and is proven to be damaging to human health and hearing and to wildlife. Outdoor premises within 6 to 10 kilometres will also suffer, as these sit within the audible range recognised as a region of annoyance depending on wind direction. That's clearly many businesses and residents in South Perth that will be affected. We hear from the state that they will conduct further noise testing at initial races to determine the noise impact on the community. This would be highly unlikely to include South Perth and is way too late. But the EPA...
60 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Could I have a little bit longer given the noise?
No, I have to be fair to everyone, I'm sorry.
That's okay. But the EPA thought this was okay. We also note the concerns that have been raised with hooning in your area. And given what we know about speeding and racing across roads in a number of council areas, and we've already had a fatality during unofficial racing on Camfield Drive earlier this year, we'd expect more of the same. To sum up the deputation, we're heartened to see that no matter how many times the state government attempts to reinvent, rebrand, colorise and re-illustrate their motorsport racetrack, the opposition within the community grows. We applaud those local councils that stand together and represent the majority views of their constituents and community, setting aside concerns that there may be adverse consequences for those that fall out of favour with the current state government. And we've seen, and some of us have been subjected to their appalling behaviour from the bully pulpit, but we won't stop until
I have to call
they do.
time there, I'm sorry. But councillors, do we have any questions for Ms Ardern this evening? Councillor Howling.
Thank you for your deputation. You mentioned the noise reports that you had received from the proponents. Was there also a noise report that was undertaken by a separate independent group? And the reason I ask that is because a lot of the residents were concerned, particularly towards the eastern part of the Mill Point ward, in respect of the noise that will potentially emanate from the racetrack.
There have been no independent noise reviews around the proposed project. The only report that was presented to the Environmental Protection Authority based on the facts provided by Supercars Australia. We have been continually calling for independent noise reviews to be conducted that would include up and down the river and all aspects of noise because of the mental and physical health of the number of people involved that live around the racetrack. So they're very expensive, incredibly expensive, and there's no way that a little community, well, not a little community group, but a community group like ours could possibly afford to do that. So we've raised it with the Upper House Select Committee as being an issue, but the EPA has said they're quite happy with what was presented to them and they're not going to do any public assessment. So we're wondering where to from here. But we would like you to stand with us and Vic Park and the City of Perth in opposing this dodgy racetrack.
Councillors, any further questions for Ms Ardern? Councillor Razon.
Thank you for your deputation and for the information that came through to all the councillors in advance of the
That's
meeting.
fine,
It was
thank you.
appreciated. I've got two questions. The first question is, I'd be interested in your perspective on the general comment that's made that the government has the mandate, because this was put to the community in advance of the election.
I will have to answer this personally. A mandate is a mandate to govern. It's not a mandate to build a bloody racetrack over a park that's well used, where a plan already exists for it. There has been no consultation, no planning. It took 3 years to plan Optus Stadium before they even stepped out to do consultation. It's not a mandate to build a racetrack. When you go to government, when you go to an election, it's a mandate to govern. And you put your ideas to the population. You don't come back then and say, oh, we're going to do it because we told you we were. Sorry if I'm a little bit angry about this, but I hear that all the time. We've got a mandate. No, you don't.
Thank you. And just following on from that, one thing that we're very familiar with in my ward in particular is the noise that comes from Optus Stadium. Do you have any data about the noise from Optus Stadium that could be used as a comparison, as a meaningful comparison for people who live in South Perth to understand what we're talking about? Because numbers don't really, in noise terms, what does that mean? Is there any data available about Optus noise?
Well, we have had members of our committee attend a supercar event up at Wanneroo. 145 decibels were recorded. Now, a safe level of noise in a workplace is 80 decibels, and that's only for short periods of time. This was ongoing 145 decibels, which is about the noise that AC/DC would make if you were stood next to the speakers. With children with no hearing protection, people with no hearing protection, the noise was spreading kilometres away from Wanneroo, but there aren't a lot of residences around there. So I understand from our committee members that there are noise monitors in East Perth that are used during concerts, which give recordings. I don't know any more than that, but certainly we could come back to this council with that information, because I do know that my colleagues on the committee have it. But as far as sound travel down the river, we've all experienced it. It just depends which way the wind's blowing. But 6 to 10 kilometres is considered to be the zone in which noise emanating from a stadium or a racetrack would be in the annoying, to say the least, range. So that's South Perth.
Thank you, Ms Ardern. Councillors, Councillor Prendeville.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your deputation,
That's
your
quite
time
all right.
this evening. I have two questions. Can you tell me a bit more about your the Save Burswood Park Alliance in terms of the numbers that you have in your group, the traction and your general forms of communication out to the community?
Okay. The Save Burswood Park Alliance commenced shortly after the announcement made by government, and it began with a petition, which now, at the time it was tabled in the upper house, had 10,000 signatures, and it has more than that now. Out of that arose a small group of community members who felt like we needed to pull this all together and form a group. We've done that. It has a small committee and we work tirelessly. This takes hours of our time. But we now have over 1,500 members of the Burswood Park Alliance. So from that, we're assuming that we're representing a significant number of people. Now, also we communicate online, we communicate directly to the members of that group. We have public websites, we have run rallies. We recently had a picnic, which apparently had less people than the minister's family function, but we won't go there. So we do activities. We lobby. We work closely with the opposition members of Parliament, because this seems to be quite clearly local government, opposition members of Parliament and the community versus the Labor Party. So it's politicised. It wasn't politicised initially. It arose from a community concern, but certainly organisations have got on board with us.
And can you tell me, out of the grand plan of this whole Burswood Park, are there other elements that are still concerning for you and the group and the community, or is it really just if the racetrack was gone, would everything else sort of?
We've been told by the government, state government spokesperson, one of our ministers, that with no racetrack, there's nothing. So we're actually really happy about that, because the vision for Burswood Park, which was developed by the board over a 5-year period, was done in consultation with all stakeholders, including the committee. Now that vision includes a 10,000-person amphitheatre in an urban forest. Now, that's something akin to, on a bit larger scale, Somerville Auditorium, when you go and watch movies. It's fabulous. An urban forest with activities for children, for adults, cycle paths, so active and passive recreation spaces, and space for habitat for all those animals that live there now. We're not going to have that if you asphalt 80% to 90% of the park. So what they're proposing is an artist's impression. It's not what's real. Most of the park will be concreted or asphalted. So, yeah, it's reasonable for me to say, go back to the vision that was agreed by everybody, and we can get on with life, and we can have more people coming into the area to help with the housing crisis that we're suffering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Ardern. Councillors, Councillor Lees.
Thank you for your deputation. Ms.
Sorry,
Ardern.
my mouth's really dry. A bit nervous.
No,
Go
I
on.
understand. Could you just advise me whether there's been any assessment by any experts in terms of the impact of the noise on the local fauna?
Well, no, because you'd need to do a full risk assessment around noise, or noise assessment, to do that. Environmental groups and people who are working with fauna along the Swan River from South Perth, Vic Park, Maylands, East Perth, around the area, are telling us that clearly if it's 145 decibels for humans, it's going to blow the ears out of most of the fauna that lives around that. Well, they didn't say that, but the implication was that it was going to have an impact. You would need to do a full assessment to know that for sure.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Thank you very much, Ms Ardern.
Thank you. We look forward to your support. Yay.
Okay, I'd now like to invite Mr Christopher Groom of South Perth, who is speaking for the notice of motion recommendation at item 12.11. Welcome to you, Mr Groom. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to make a deputation. My name is Chris Groom. I'm a South Perth resident living in the impact zone at the eastern end of the Mill Point ward. The impact zone of the proposed Perth Park Motorsport, Street Circuit and Entertainment Precinct at Burswood Park. I'm here tonight to speak in support of item 12.11, the notice of motion titled City of South Perth's Position on the Entertainment and Sporting Precinct in brackets, Burswood Park. This item goes to the heart of the concerns shared by many residents who believe the proposed Perth Park Motorsport, Street Circuit and Entertainment Precinct will directly impact them. Over the past several months, I have taken time to understand the proposal as thoroughly as possible. I've made a formal submission through the public consultation process. written to our local MLA, Mr Jeff Baker, and reviewed every available public document, including the recently released business case summary. I've also written to Main Roads seeking clarification about the project's consultation history. My comments this evening are grounded in that work and in the lived experience of residents who will be directly affected. Item 1, lack of early consultation and transparency. A central concern for many residents is the absence of meaningful consultation before the state government's election commitment in January 2025. The Phase 1 consultation report makes it clear that community engagement did not begin until the 15th of May 2025, more than 2 months after the election. The first communication I personally received was a Perth Park project update, which landed in my letterbox in November of 2025, long after the major design elements had been settled. This raises important governance questions. If a project of this scale and impact were announced during an election period without prior consultation, and if affected communities were notified only after key decisions were made, then the community has not been afforded a fair or genuine opportunity to help shape the proposal. Tonight's notice of motion seeks to raise exactly these concerns, and I strongly support that. Item 2, resident amenity, noise and environmental concerns. The noise modelling report prepared by Lloyd George Acoustics estimates average race event noise levels of 78 to 85 decibels with maximum peaks of 84 to 91 decibels. For context, the allowable limit for noise-sensitive premises under the Environmental Protection Regulations is 65 decibels, unless an approved noise management plan is in place. Even at 3 or 4 kilometres away, which is the distance, approximate distance from my house to the location of the proposed motor racing circuit, sound travels clearly across the Swan River due to the unobstructed path. My household and many in South Perth would fall within the area likely to be affected. In addition, Burswood Park is reclaimed land, historically used as a waste site, including asbestos and heavy metals. Subsidence risks are well known on this type of land, and significant excavation for structures such as the amphitheatre introduces new geotechnical concerns that warrant scrutiny. These matters justify the Council taking a firm position to ensure such impacts are appropriately investigated and communicated. Item 3, local traffic and access impacts, lessons from past events. South Perth has decades of experience with the cumulative impacts of significant events in neighbouring precincts, and these examples are highly relevant when considering the likely effects of motorsport events at Perth Park. Firstly, Skyworks. For almost 30 years, Skyworks brought very large crowds into the area. In the early years, the aftermath led to severe gridlock as tens of thousands of people tried to leave at once, and illegal parking was widespread. The City of South Perth later introduced parking restrictions which, while improving uncontrolled parking, disproportionately affected residents who were subject to early morning restrictions. Out-of-area visitors were often not penalised simply because rangers could not move through the heavy congestion immediately before, during or after the event. Residents carried much of the inconvenience so that the broader Perth community could enjoy the event. Secondly, the Perth Four-Wheel Drive and Adventure Show just weeks ago. More recently, the Perth Four-Wheel Drive and Adventure Show at McCallum Park created an absolute traffic schmozzle over several days. Access routes at Mill Point Road, Way Road and Canning Highway became heavily congested. At times, effectively paralysed. Local residents struggled to reach their homes, and the usual turn restrictions on Canning Highway compounded the bottlenecks. Although this event occurred in the neighbouring suburb of Vic Park, the practical events were felt directly in South Perth, demonstrating that major events held just across the boundary can still impose significant disruption on our community. Thirdly, Optus Stadium events. Even with purpose-built public transport infrastructure, Optus Stadium events cause regular delays along Canning Highway due to the volume and frequency of event buses and increased vehicular traffic. It remains unclear whether motorsport events at Perth Park will have the same level of free public transport provision. And even if they do, the transport network has not been optimised for Perth Park as it was for Optus Stadium. It's reasonable to expect a greater proportion of attendees to drive, increasing congestion in South Perth. Taken together, these examples demonstrate that South Perth already carries a significant share of the transport and access burden associated with major events, and often without receiving any direct benefit. A motorsport facility of this scale will magnify these impacts. Item 4, governance, costing and project integrity. The business case summary released in late November raises further questions. Asil Allen explicitly states that it has relied entirely on the information provided, has not verified its accuracy, and does not warrant the accuracy of any forecasts. Despite a 10-month construction cost escalation in 2025, the project estimated cost, surprisingly, remains the same as the original figure, originally announced during the election period. This strains credibility and increases the community's concern about transparency and due diligence. In conclusion, the notice of motion before Council tonight is measured, responsible and entirely reasonable. It does not oppose economic development. It does not oppose motorsport. It simply recognises the environmental impacts are real, the community impacts are significant, due process has not been correctly followed, and the residents of South Perth deserve to have their concerns formally acknowledged and communicated to the state government. I strongly support this motion and respectfully encourage councillors to adopt it. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Groom. Councillors, do we have any questions for Mr Groom? Councillor Raison.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Groom, and for taking the time to do such detailed research. I will put the same question to you as I put to Ms Ardern about your view or perspective on the fact that the government has a mandate already, because this project was taken to the election. I know you touched on that in your deputation, but I'd be interested in what you say about any consultation specifically before the election and that promise was made.
I think there's a very short response to the issue of mandates. The government also said that they were going to upgrade the Perth Conservation and Entertainment Centre. They took that to the election and they've dumped that. So they can't have it both ways. They can't have a mandate to do one thing and then decide when it's not convenient for them to drop something, but on the other hand, something else which they've taken or they had put on the agenda prior to the election, saying, oh, we must do that because you said we're going to. It's just completely hypocritical that they try and play it both ways.
Any further questions for Mr Groom, councillors? Councillor Howling.
Thank you, Mr Groom. You mentioned the noise impacts.
Yes.
Have you taken the opportunity to do some of your own independent analysis to get to the view that you've expressed this evening, or how have you arrived at the view that you're expressing?
Nothing empirical, only lived experience. Having lived in that area, we frequently endure the lead up to the what's the boat racing event down the Swan River? avid descent with the motorboats. So the training ground of choice for a lot of motorboat riders is that area. And during the period, the weeks prior, and admittedly the noise output from a 15 or 25 horsepower motor, whatever it is, would be irrelevant compared to the noise output from one of these cars. Moreover, many of these cars. So my experience is only that of the lived experience of having endured that. And I know from personal experience how readily that noise travels from that section beyond the causeway heading up towards Matagarup Bridge, which is where they tend to train, because there is a speed restriction beyond the causeway. So, you know, I have first-hand experience of that, yes.
Thank you, Mr Groom. Councillors, Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just one question. You mentioned the Sky Show, which we all kind of live through, you know, as a once-a-year event. Just interested in your thoughts that the actual supercar race would only be held once a year.
Well, quite frankly, it makes no economic sense to build a racetrack of that size and scale to hold one event a year. Now, the economic realities would indicate that despite the fact that that's the current claim, it just is completely beyond economic reality to contemplate that it is only going to be used once a year for a motor racing event. So I would be highly sceptical about the veracity of that claim.
Any further questions for Mr Groom, councillors? No. Thank you very much for your deputation. I'd now like to invite Ms Veronica McPhail of South Perth, who is speaking for the notice of motion recommendation at item 12.11. Welcome to you, Ms McPhail. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Thank you, everyone. My one's very tiny. Won't take long. Wildlife Advocacy South Perth wishes to express its support for Councillor Brenda Brandes' motion opposing the proposed Burswood racetrack. The construction and operation of a racetrack at this location would have significant negative impacts on local wildlife. Increased noise pollution and traffic would place additional stress on native species, and the proximity of the racetrack to key wildlife corridors also presents a direct risk to animals moving through the area. For these reasons, we support Councillor Brenda Brandes' motion and urge the Council to consider the environmental consequences for South Perth's wildlife in its decision-making.
Thank you, Ms McPhail. Councillors, any questions for Ms McPhail this evening? No. Thank you very much for the deputation. I'd now like to invite Ms Ashley Thompson of Beaconsfield, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.3.2. Is Ms Thompson with us? Gone? Okay. I'd now like to invite Mr Craig Ridge of South Perth, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.4.3. Welcome, Mr Ridge. The microphone is yours. We look forward to your deputation.
Thank you, Mayor Milner and councillors. As mentioned, my name is Craig Ridge, the General Manager of the Royal Perth Golf Club, and thank you for the opportunity to provide this deputation this evening. I'd also first like to acknowledge CEO Liz Ledger, and welcome to you, Liz, as well as the city officers who have supported our submission outlined in item 10.4.3. I speak on behalf of the Royal Perth Golf Club in support of the officer's recommendation to approve our Stage 3 works, with our ongoing revegetation commitment aligned to the city's urban greening strategy, RPGC's vegetation management plan and replanting schedules as we've circulated. Royal Perth Golf Club has been a custodian of Crown Reserve 10250 for 117 years, serving as a valued contributor to the South Perth community and 75% of our members residing within the city itself. Over more than a century, we have demonstrated sustained environmental stewardship, transforming what was originally sandy coastal shrubs and grasses into the substantial tree canopy that exists on the site today. As detailed in our submission to city officers and now council, we now seek approval for the third and final stage of our improvement works, following 2 successful stages already approved by the city in 2024 and 2025 under our lease. This proposal has been carefully developed to achieve 2 primary objectives. First, we must enhance safety across the site. We have a fundamental duty of care to our 1,600 members, our staff, residents and the broader community to act towards this objective. The second, an opportunity to significantly enhance site revegetation using ecological principles that focus on local plant species native to this area, species that provide superior habitat for the local fauna and contribute to greater biodiversity within South Perth. Currently, the site contains many trees that are non-endemic to the area, having been planted as misguided selections and emerging from seedlings over time. These have overcrowded the reserve, creating the safety issues outlined in our submission and limiting the ideal habitat to local fauna. At 33 hectares, this site is considered small compared to other golf courses, the overarching use of the space under our lease agreement, covering more than a century of occupancy. Throughout planning for this final stage, we have worked to minimise tree removals while meeting our objectives. A recent tree canopy assessment confirmed approximately 13.6 hectares of canopy exists within the 33 hectare site, representing 41% coverage of the reserve. When the club first occupied this reserve, canopy coverage was merely 1.5 hectares of mostly coastal shrubs, sandy wasteland and grasses. All subsequent plantings have been undertaken by the club and our members, and heritage comparisons shown on page 5 and page 11 and 12 of our vegetation master plan. The club acknowledges and respects there may be concerns about the initial canopy loss from removing 76 trees under this stage 3 proposal. To provide context, in 2026, the club is requesting removal of just 0.77 hectares of identified canopy from the existing 13.6 hectares to meet these objectives. This will be replaced through a committed planting program extending to 2029 that the club has provided with full transparency. Our environmental commitment is already underway. Over the past 18 months, we have planted 68 trees across the site. Further initiatives have seen 500 native plants and over 2,000 grasses and monocots included as well, eventually replacing 29,000 square metres of irrigated turf, a 2.9 hectare transformation delivering both water saving and enhanced biodiversity. Looking ahead, our commitment to environmentally transform the reserve with a minimum replanting of 242 native trees from 12 litre and 35 litre pot sizes, 8,150 shrubs and 10,590 native grasses is extensive. Plus an additional commitment to the 12,000 square metre Melville Parade area, a space with tremendous environmental potential. We'll see an additional 8,000 Indigenous plantings occur. In total, 26,982 plantings will transform this diverse space for the community. The club respects the city's urban greening strategy, and our objectives and proposal fully support its intent across the pillars of protect, enhance, manage, connect and support. The club's alliance to this strategy is clear, realistically working towards the outline of objectives. The goal underpinning the pillar of enhance within the strategy states, the city's environmental and community wellbeing is enhanced by expanding existing urban greening and incorporating innovative, natural positive design responses, i.e. put the right plant in the right place at the right time, enhance biodiversity, increase beautiful healthy spaces for community wellbeing, deliver equitable urban greening across the city, and balance urban greening with urban development and built environment. It is incredibly hard to argue against the club's intent of this submission, which echoes these objectives. Some have suggested extreme ratios, such as 891 saplings to replace a large mature tree, which is unrealistic and impractical suggestion, which would clearly exceed our water allocation caps and water allocation and saving initiatives. Our plan delivers a practical minimum 3.5 to 1 replanting ratio. That's 3.5 Indigenous plantings to every mature tree removed, and well above the required ratio set for our industry peer clubs and their community councils. This ratio is evidence-based, ecologically sound, achievable within water sustainability limits and consistent with best practice. The club's proposal also aligns with Local Planning Policy 3.2 by balancing environmental protection with community and sporting benefits, modernising facilities sustainably and meeting all monitoring and reporting conditions. In closing, for 117 years, Royal Perth Golf Club has transformed sandy scrubland into the thriving green space which holds significance within the South Perth community. Stage 3 of our proposed works continues this proud legacy of environmental stewardship. This is not simply tree removal. We're replacing many non-native species with endemic plantings that deliver genuine habitat value and biodiversity gains, while addressing critical safety obligations to our members and community, as well as delivering a recreational space which gains international interest. The evidence supports this proposal. The ecological principles are sound. The outcomes benefit our members, the community and the club's future. I urge Council to support the officer recommendation, allowing the club to complete this exciting final stage of this responsible site transformation. And thank you.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Ridge. Councillors, any questions for Mr Ridge this evening? Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Ridge, for your deputation. As there is a safety concern with some of these trees that you're proposing to remove, may I ask why they weren't removed in stage 1 and stage 2 works?
Sure. We have broken this into 3 stages from a financial perspective for the club. And from a compliance point of view, upon achieving the approvals, we have gone year by year, so 24, 25, 26. We essentially did not have the financial support to be able to look forward to 2026 until now.
Thank you, Mr Ridge. Councillor Lees.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Ridge.
Sure.
Further on the safety issue, can you tell me how long member safety has been an issue at the golf course?
Member safety is an issue, I think, at every golf course, but with a 33 hectare space, it has become an increasing issue for us. It's something that we're starting to observe more often, and I think with the risks that are there, it's important that we mitigate them when we can.
So that it's not been for the last 117 years, it's been, I mean, you obviously have planted a lot of trees during that time.
That's right. Yeah, the game of golf evolves. The technology has evolved. The ball is flying further. It's now our opportunity to act against that.
So has it been the last 5 years or last 10 years or?
Technology is enhancing every year in golf. So
No, I mean in terms of member safety.
Yes, I would say over the last 5 to 10 years it's been enhanced.
Okay, and do you have any data on any incidents?
Very happy to provide that to you. Absolutely, we have a register. Yes.
I just, one more question if I may. Can you tell me, you mentioned the 4 pillars of the urban greening strategy and the manage one in particular, but how does your proposal respond to the protect pillar, which talks to removing trees as a last resort and protecting wherever possible?
There's been careful planning for this stage for a good 9 months now, and we have made sure that we've kept this to a minimal tree removal. We understand our responsibility within the community, and our trees on our site are important to the golf club as well. But in this case, for the objectives that we are trying to achieve, we feel there's no other option in this form.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Ridge. I've just got a couple of questions with regard to the safety. So having a review of the actual safety aspect report, there's a considerable number of fairways and tees that have actually got unsafe locations. So has the club taken any initiatives, say in the last decade, to address any of the safety issues, or is the first instance that safety is now being addressed?
More so on a member awareness level. That's all we could really do at this point in time, considering the way that the fairways are aligning and the direction of play. And under this stage, we're able to align holes in the same direction, which helps us to be able to mitigate balls coming in from different angles. We're also removing a green out of an area which is now quite congested with 4 or 5 greens in the same area. If we can open that space up, it allows us to have more space, which then assists with our safety objectives.
Thank you very much. And with regard to the safety incidents that you're prepared to share, can you just give us a bit of an overview as to what some of those incidents have been, say, in the last 5 or 10 years?
Generally, members or guests being struck by a golf ball. Nothing serious to this point in time. However, we're starting to see across the industry, we've recently seen a young PGA professional who was hit in the eye and is now blind in one eye. I think if we have an obligation to mitigate that, if we can align to this submission, I think we're trying to achieve that as best we possibly can.
All right, thank you very much. And one final question. With regard to the trees that are planned for removal, do you have an indication on the average age of those trees or what the oldest trees may actually be?
Not off the top of my head, but I do have the information that I'm happy to provide.
If you could, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Councillor Raison.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Ridge, and thank you for your club's contribution to our community. Actually, I was fortunate to be there for a breakfast meeting this morning, so I had a good look at the trees while I was there. Putting the environmental pluses and minuses of your Stage 3 proposal to one side, are there any wider benefits to the community that will come out of this stage, that Stage 3 works? Is your club at maximum capacity of membership? Can more be done to contribute to the wider community as a result of this Stage 3?
Our club is at maximum capacity for male membership. Only recently. We are still open to members in many other categories across the club. So we are still open to the community as well. The benefits to the community that we see is enhancing the flora and fauna around the golf course, which is then enhancing the reserve itself, which is, as we know, public access, and we still have an obligation to the community with that respect.
Thank you. And do you ever have any engagement in relation to, for example, the tree canopy group, or any conversations in terms of your planning?
In my short time as General Manager, no, I have not.
Thank you. And in the materials that we received, it looked to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, because there's a lot of material with this meeting, in Stage 2, 13 trees were removed as part of that stage. Are you able, but I didn't see any explanation as to what that was for. Are you able to sort of enlighten us about the 13 trees that have already been removed?
Yes, the 13 trees that were approved under the same principle in Stage 2, a different area of the golf course was the northern end of our property. There were 13 trees. Within that were clumps of casuarinas as well.
Any further questions for Mr Ridge, councillors? No. Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Ms Bronwyn David of South Perth, who is speaking against the officer recommendation on item 10.4.3. Welcome to you, Ms David. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your deputation.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and administrative staff. Yes, I'm addressing the Royal Perth Golf Club proposed Stage 3 works. I speak on behalf of South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates, which is a volunteer organisation that as it says on the label, advocates for trees in our local environment. So naturally, our group was concerned to hear of the planned removal of 76 trees from the golf course, in addition to the 13 already removed. I speak for myself and the over 100 email subscribers that this group has, and the hundreds in our Facebook group. Tree removal has been the theme of the year in South Perth, it seems. Fresh from the removal of the saplings on the foreshore, it does seem that having escaped the lion's den, the city is making the mistake of going back for their hat by proposing the removal of even more trees in the area. To a dispassionate observer, it might appear that once again the desires of a small number of residents or members is being preferenced over the needs of the environment, our climate, and the vast majority of the municipality. Royal Perth Golf Club enjoys a privileged position in our community, with more or less private access to a large green space which they lease, but which belongs to all of us. To me and to many others who have expressed this opinion to me, their privilege comes with the responsibility to preserve and maintain this beautiful oasis, which adds to our canopy, buffers us from major road, and offers a tranquil pocket of greenery and shade, even if we can only enjoy it with our eyes. The club has enjoyed this privilege for over a century, and naturally over that time many trees and plants have been established to provide a pleasant environment for golfers and also to shade them so they can enjoy the game during our long summers. Recognition of the age and importance of these trees is reflected in the fact that so many of them were recorded in the city's significant tree register, or the pink bits on the map. Just because the significant tree register no longer exists thanks to the stroke of a ministerial pen doesn't mean that the trees suddenly stop being significant. They continue to have the same characteristics that put them on the register. Nowhere in the documentation submitted in relation to the planned tree removals could I find any mapping of the trees to be removed against the former register. If the register was still extant, there would be multiple hoops for the property owner or manager, as here, to remove a tree. It seems here that the club is taking advantage of the end of the register to seek wholesale tree removals. Fortunately, then, we have something better than the old significant tree register, Local Planning Policy 3.2, tree retention, adopted in August this year. The adoption of this policy reflected a long-needed protection of our large trees, the majority of which are being lost on private property, and a recognition of the garden nature of our suburbs that are so prized by residents. However, this policy won't apply because, of course, this isn't private property. Nevertheless, as the deciding authority for tree works at the golf club, the council must surely be guided by the same principles that led to the adoption of the policy. Otherwise, the council opens itself, again as with the foreshore sapling debate, to criticism that there is one rule for residents and another for the city or for a small number of privileged residents. Again, there is a very real risk of reputational harm to the council if it allows these trees to be cleared without careful examination of the circumstances of each tree proposed to be removed. The justification for the removal of a lot of these trees is that they are in the wrong place or are of a species that, in retrospect, might not be the right tree in the right place. Again, if these removals are allowed to go ahead, this sets a very dangerous precedent under the local planning policy. I hope that if a homeowner came to you with a tree removal application and said, yeah, I just don't like that type of tree, that would not be considered sufficient justification for removal. In the same way, we now expect a homeowner to make the best of their tree situation, whether that is its location or its species. The golf club should be required to try harder to accommodate the existing trees. Obviously, trees are a living organism, and some of those proposed to be removed have come or are approaching the end of their life. But it was interesting to read in the submissions from the club that the justification of safety to remove the trees didn't seem to be about keeping golfers safe from falling trees, but meant the safety of not going over par by hitting your ball into another tee or outside the course. And of course, dead trees serve a purpose in the environment. It is only in dead trees that the hollows some birds use to nest form. I could find no reference in the papers to a wildlife survey and whether the trees proposed to be removed have nesting hollows or were food sources for local species. I know for a fact that there are possums living on the course in trees, including in peppermint trees, which are amongst some to be removed. Not much point in saying, oh, but we'll plant another tree, knowing that it's going to be decades until that's going to be able to support wildlife such as this. So whilst the club intends to plant more trees, shrubs, and no doubt sedges, did anyone else have sedges on their word bingo for 2025? There are only 242 trees planned to be planted. In other words, 2.5 trees for every one removed. This is grossly inadequate. As the previous speaker observed, it has been estimated that it is required to plant 891 saplings to replace a large mature tree if we're talking about carbon capture and shade and the survival of the tree, etc. The replacement trees, according to my reading of the information, will come as tube stock or in 160mm or 200mm pots. This is a 200mm pot. You don't get a very big tree in that. So they're not going to be even semi-mature plants. Current and future growing conditions, our hotter, drier climate, are likely to mean that the trees planted now will never achieve the height of existing species, and more than half of the replacement trees are smaller species such as banksias and paperbarks. I've never seen a 10-metre banksia in my life, so to say that they could grow that big is an exaggeration and seems to be for the purpose of bigging up the replacement plantings. I don't doubt the desire of the club to do the best they can for their members and their grounds, but the council must bear in mind that the decision to remove these trees, or the council must bear in mind how the decision to remove these trees will look in the light of Local Planning Policy 3.2. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation, Ms David. Councillors, Councillor Howling.
Thank you for your deputation, very insightful and appreciate it. I'm wondering, under what circumstances is it appropriate to remove 1 or 2 or 10 trees? Or is there different criteria that's applied, or how do you approach it?
I'd simply like, in the same way a homeowner would have to make justification for removing trees for each tree to be understood on its merits. So, as I said in my submission, trees age, some of them will die, but of the dead ones, has there been examination as to whether there are nesting hollows or are they providing habitat for any species? So all I want is for each tree to be examined as an individual tree and not just bundled up as in, you know, the council making a decision that we're just going to wholesale allow 276 trees to be taken out.
Thank you. If I may, a supplementary.
Councillor Howling, yes.
Thank you. If that's the case, is there ever an occasion on which a tree could be or should be removed?
You've seen my T-shirt. I'm here to advocate for trees. I'm not here... I mean, I know it's a fine line, but I'm not the decision-making authority here. All I want is for council to understand that the community is concerned about our canopy and wants care to be taken in respect of making a decision to remove any tree.
Thank you, Ms David. Councillors, any other questions for Ms David? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ms David, for your deputation. I understand from the proposed tree planting that approximately 40% of the trees will be Banksia menzies and Banksia grandis. Can you comment specifically on the Banksias? Because I understand they are temperamental, difficult at best at times, and easily disturbed are subject to a high mortality rate. Could you provide any comments on those varieties?
I'm certainly no expert, but that is my experience and my understanding as well. And when the previous speaker and I both talked about it being, some estimates require that 891 saplings are planted to replace a single mature tree. I think that number is so high to allow for the inevitable death of small plants.
Thank you very much, Ms David. And a second question. With regard to the proposed planting, I see they've got Eucalyptus marginata, Crumbia calophylla in there as well, very important for the cockatoos. But with regard to what is going to be immediately lost, do you consider that that would be sufficient given the delay in growth and fruiting over many years to get to a significant heightened size?
Again, I'm no horticultural expert nor an expert in terms of the habitat of our local species. I do know, as I mentioned, that there are possums living in peppermint trees, and I know that peppermint trees are amongst the ones to be removed. And again, I saw nothing in the information before the council that I had the opportunity to read that addressed any aspect of a wildlife or bird life survey on the course to assess whether the trees that are earmarked for removal are actually providing habitat or food.
Thank you again for that response. So for the proposed trees that are going to be planted, I can see that there's no peppermint tree, Gonus flexuosa, but there are a variety of other trees. Do you consider those other trees would be a suitable food source for the possums that are resident in the area?
I'm afraid I'm not an expert on possum habitat in the area. I do know they like to live in people's roofs, but that's as far as my expertise goes.
Any further questions for... Yes, I think Councillor Razon was first there.
Thank you for your deputation and thank you for your group's advocacy as well. It's a very important issue in the community. I've got three short questions really. First is in relation to whether it is possible to plant more mature native trees. You've mentioned the size there. I don't know whether it's a cost-driven issue or whether it's just not feasible to plant more mature endemic trees.
The speaker before me from the club said something about a 35 litre pot in which some of the plants to be planted would come, which I think is bigger than that. So I'm not sure where his figure comes from, but certainly the bigger the tree that goes in the ground, the better the chance of success it has. And I would think that that would be a very reasonable requirement, that at least semi-mature trees be planted. I know as a corollary where a homeowner needs to remove a street tree, perhaps for a crossover or for some other purpose, they're often required to plant a 6-metre tree. So these sorts of trees are available to be obtained and put in the ground.
Thank you. And next question, if there has to be trees removed and you're looking at a choice between an endemic or non-endemic tree, would your group say that the non-endemic tree would be prioritised, or is that too simplistic?
It is too simplistic. Obviously, the golf club has gone to a great deal of effort and no doubt engaged experts who are better at, understanding appropriate species. I do note that just because a species isn't endemic doesn't mean it's not serving a purpose in our environment. For example, the pine plantation, as we know, is feeding the black cockatoo population, and the cockatoos never had that food source before European settlement. So clearly they are adaptable, and it may be that the local fauna have adapted to the non-endemic species that are present.
Thank you. And I don't know if your group tracks where the shot-hole borer is currently moving in the community and whether the golf course area is one of those places.
But unfortunately, we know nothing about it, despite inquiries of DPIRD, who won't release information on the basis of privacy. I do know that there's a lot of borer at the zoo, which is just across the road. So it wouldn't be surprising if there was borer in the golf course. But of course, the presence of the borer is simply another reason to try and preserve every tree that we have, because we are going to lose a lot over the years to the borer.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Lees?
Thank you for your deputation, Ms David. I know there's been a lot of discussion about fauna and biodiversity, and I understand that's a very important issue. But can you explain some of the other benefits that those trees are providing to the wider community?
Thank you. As I indicated in my deputation, both the golf course and the zoo provide a great deal of canopy in terms of looking at the canopy of the city of South Perth. They are quite intense green areas. So to lose trees from those areas will detract from our overall canopy. I'm not sure. I also mentioned in my deputation that I regard the golf club as custodians of this wonderful green space there, even though, I understand that the public can access it, but the public probably don't want to access it because of the risk of being hit by a golf ball. So it's something that, we know is there and is providing this sort of like, respite for the eyes almost, for an otherwise very busy suburb. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Thank you very much for your deputation, Ms David. I'd now like to invite Ms Heidi Schmidt of South Perth, who is speaking against the notice of motion recommendation at item 12.1 and has requested to present on items 12.2, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.9 and 12.3, 12.7 and 12.10. Welcome to you, Ms Schmidt. The microphone is yours and we look forward to your deputation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr Mayor, councillors. A special welcome to our new CEO and the city staff as well. I'm not precisely against, but rather taken aback by the possible motivations for this plethora of motions. Our community regularly attends council briefing sessions and ordinary council meetings. We leave our loved ones at home and come here to witness the decisions made by our council that impact our daily lives. We do this because we care deeply about our neighbourhoods, our environment, our heritage places and our public open spaces. What we continue to seek is transparent, good governance that serves the best interests of the whole community without bias, fear or favour. So, firstly, motions 12.1, 0.2, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6 and 0.9. These motions refer to, quote, meaningful progress, unquote, that has not been made, and concerns that matters have, quote, not been delivered by the date stated, unquote. It's really important to acknowledge the challenges our cities face this year.
Significant executive and staff turnover have occurred, including no less than 4 CEOs just this year. Staff are under pressure, including from additional council meeting tasks that could often be resolved through appropriate, direct communication between councillors and staff. It is prudent to consider these realities when assessing progress and what progress is, given the circumstances. Good relations between councillors are vital. Yes, all councillors are responsible for this. In fact, the Council Code of Conduct requires fostering positive working relationships, and the community is eager to see this reflected by all of our councillors. Ultimately, good governance, transparency, integrity and accountability are what builds trust, both within the council, the city and our community's views of our councillors. Motions 12.3.7 and point 10. I note these motions have not been brought as a result of community concern. Motions regarding mayoral and some council expenses include, just for example, suggestion of a potential annual saving of around $17,500 by removing the mayor's car. These costs are not, however, necessarily significant when you look at the bigger picture. For example, and to demonstrate by contrast, the Six Trees affair, as it's become to be known, at Lake Douglas this year involved unbudgeted costs of approximately $40,000. $10,000 for a public meeting that we needed, and $30,000 for replanting that we didn't need because we already had 6 trees. This caused significant reputational harm to the city and council, with ongoing negative media coverage of the affair. Close to 700 community members petitioned to save those 6 trees, and this was blatantly disregarded by those councillors who sought to serve only 12 residents, instead of the greater community of more than 47,000 residents. This costing comparison highlights the importance of focusing on the bigger picture. That is, ensuring that motions and the ensuing decisions by councillors reflect and advance the greater community's priorities and long-term value, rather than short-term or narrowly focused outcomes that may benefit just a few residents or possibly fulfil personal aims. Overall community concerns from the group that I am a member of, which is the City of South Perth Advocacy Network, commonly known as COSPAN, include that community members have expressed concern that a number of motions this year appear to cross directly into operational matters, putting the city staff under more pressure. These are obviously best managed by city staff who have significant expertise in their respective fields. Councillors certainly bring valuable skills, but cannot be expected to be, nor try to be, experts in all areas of administration. Leave it to the people we employ to do that. Respecting and supporting our city staff and acknowledging their expertise helps ensure more timely, cost-effective and efficient outcomes. Our community wants and deserves transparent governance that serves our community fairly, without perceptions of favouritism. In closing, we ask that Council focus on and work with integrity, accountability and for the greater good of the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation, Ms Schmidt. Councillors, any questions for Ms Schmidt this evening? Councillor Raison.
Thank you for your deputation and thank you for your the work in your advocacy network. I just am interested with COSPAN. Do you have a channel or way of communicating with the council, or how do you operate?
So we are newly formed and are preparing to launch in around February. As most community groups are, we're all volunteers. We have really busy lives, and the time of year that we're all facing at the moment is horrendous. So we will launch, and we're looking to meet with councillors once we've done that.
Thank you. And are you aware yet of what your community priorities are?
We are developing our own pillars, our constitution and our values. We have those in final draft form, but they're not ready to share yet.
And is your group intended to cover the whole of the city of South Perth or a
Yes.
particular area?
All 7 suburbs equally.
Thank you.
Councillor Howling.
Thank you. If I may follow on, how many members do you have at the present of that group?
We are not yet incorporated, so technically the members are a loose affiliate at this point, so we can't state a number yet.
Right, and just following on from my friends, Councillor Raison, she asked you what your objectives would be. I notice on 7 occasions over the last 2 years you've addressed council in respect of heritage, trees and open spaces. Would that be what you would look to focus on?
Those addresses have not been as COSPAN. They have been as me, and this evening I'm speaking as COSPAN.
And if I can, last question. You identified those really important matters that we should focus on, heritage, trees and open spaces. Do you see any other things that council should be busy with?
Well, clearly my address this evening is for good governance in its overview. I did not address trees per se this evening. I have addressed good governance for all.
Just last question, if I may. What expertise have you got within the field of governance to address us on?
I do not think that is an appropriate question for me.
Thank you.
This is not a courtroom. I'm a member of the community who's volunteering my time. Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms Schmidt, councillors? No. Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you for your time.
Now, councillors, that's the end of the deputations and the end of item 8. I'm conscious that we've been at it for 2 hours and what's about to be 42 minutes. I'm going to call a 10-minute recess to allow people to use the facilities if they need to. I'll see you all back here at 8:52 p.m. So we finished off item 8. Welcome back, everyone. We're on to item 10 now. So that's the draft December reports. I'll now hand you over to the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Liz Ledger, to take you through the balance of the draft December reports.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Agenda item 10.1.1, Challenger Reserve Concept Design Master Plan Project Update. This report provides the outcomes on the revised Challenger Reserve Concept Design Master Plan, including costings and the outcomes of the stakeholder engagement, as required by the Council decision at its meeting held in May 2025.
Councillors, any questions for the administration? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this matter has, I guess, sort of since 22 gone from about 10 mil to 37 mil. And the introduction of the second story and the sort of site constraints were a surprise to me. Is it possible for council to be presented either through a briefing or through a workshop with breakdowns as to what specific amount of this cost increase is allocated to the sort of second story and to the revised site footprint?
Who should I send that to? Ms. Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to the question, there is an attachment that includes cost estimates, which has further breakdown of the different elements of the proposal. Just in respect to the costs themselves, just for clarification, the previous estimate of the $7.2 million was based on the assumption that was provided in the report in May 2025, where we looked at a co-located facility. The costing associated with that was previously $2,048 per square metre, which was based on some cost estimates that we had for the Collier Park Golf Course redevelopment at that point in time. If you were to look at just the essential components of a multi-purpose building in today's cost, the equivalent is the $10.9 million, which is on the assumption of the $2,981 square metre rate. So the overall cost of the proposal includes all of those elements. So I can provide further breakdown if you like in terms of the different discretionary components, but there is a difference between the overall cost of delivering the entire master plan and if you were to only include certain components of the master plan. Our recommendation would be that council would not look at portions of the building in isolation because the intent would be to deliver a master plan, and that's why the recommendation has included that all of those elements be considered as part of future budget workshops.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Within the current officer recommendation, is there opportunity to investigate scope options, or is it really just presenting funding options for whole or parts of?
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If elected members were seeking to have a revised design prepared that included a different option, the consultant had advised that the likely cost for that would be between $50,000 and $60,000, but that did also include further engagement, so broader community engagement. So we could receive some further cost estimates for that, depending on the nature and scale of what type of specifications council was potentially looking for. I would advise against a specific cost limitation. We could further liaise with the clubs in terms of what items they could consider to be appropriate or not, or consider matters such as the footprint of the building and removal of trees, which was a site constraint. But the proposal that was presented and the engagement that was undertaken with the club was based on the previous needs analysis, and it was based on the conversation with the clubs around what their future needs for that facility might also be, not just the current user requirements, which is equated in the additional floor area.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you. So notwithstanding the costs that are presented in this item tonight, is there any capital funding of the Challenger Reserve redevelopment in the long-term financial plan? And if so, when is that?
Ms. Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We have in the long-term financial plan an amount of 10 million for 2026 to 27 and the subsequent years, so that can be drawn on for this particular project.
Okay, and that 10 million was to come from, what was the source of that funding? Was that purely from the reserve or? Yep, okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Any further questions for the administration, councillors? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can you advise me whether there is any information at all from the state or federal government as to when grant or funding opportunities might become available again?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Lees, we have no information as to the return of CSRFF or any federal funding or state funding in addition to that.
Any further questions for the administration on this item? Councillor Raison.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. On page 20 of 28 of the master plan report, it says the quickest and least cost option would be to build the new multi-purpose building and all elements at once. However, there would be considerable disruption to reserve users, especially bowls. Is it possible for us to at least receive a high-level overview of what that actually means, the quickest and least cost option, because we do have an oversupply of bowls, as we've discussed before in the city. We're fortunate to have a lot of history there, and I was just wondering about the ability of people playing bowls to be hosted at other clubs. But the question is, could we please be provided with what is the quickest and least cost option?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Raison, I will say that I believe the quickest option is to get the works undertaken at once, because otherwise you're doing stages, which always costs. It's basically getting construction on, getting one project done. So that's what cost efficiency would be that we're referring to. I'll just refer to Director of Development and Community Services to confirm.
Thank you, Ms Mayor. Yes, that's correct. In conversations with the Bowls Club during the engagement period, our understanding was that they were hoping to stay on the site as long as possible and not necessarily need to relocate. The design of the building itself and the retention of the trees meant that the location of the turfs themselves also needed to change on the site, which is ideal in the sense that you could stage those works such that bowls could continue to be played on the site, but obviously then adds to the cost element because you're moving the location of the synthetic green.
Thank you. And is it possible for us to ask CCS Strategic to provide what, as a ballpark figure, what that quickest and least cost option would be?
Yes, we can do that, Councillor Raison. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a question that I did send through earlier about the projected annual service and maintenance costs for the reserve so that we can understand holistically the cost of the project going forward.
That has a lot of elements, Councillor Raison, that we'd have to look at. We could predict an amount for you, but it would not be as accurate as I would like, given that we don't know what sort of club usage and leasing and things like that. So there might be a whole lot of elements we'd have to look at, but we can provide our best cost estimate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you. So just referring back to the LTFP, so there is quite a large capital outlay or out of the ordinary outlay in the years or 3 years beginning financial year 2029. And since it's not for this development, what is that for? And by the way, that does come out of reserves as well.
Mr Lecoq or Ms Ledger?
If I could pass it on to Mr Lecoq. Thank you, Minister.
All right.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
That was for the, I just needed to refresh my memory, but that was for the George Burnett proposed development on that site.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Howling.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I do appreciate the officer recommendation that's been put there. I think it captures rather nicely some of the discussions that we had held within a workshop on this. And I take it that what it means when it says whole and parts, that a little bit like Ms Ord addressed us on tonight, we might be able to consider whether or not we go double storey or leave the the Bridge Club where it's presently located, so that we can almost mix and match in the way within which we approach it. Is that what that means?
Yes, it is, Councillor Howling. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that. I appreciate the recommendation.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And this actually is a question following on from Councillor Howling. With regard to the Bridge Club, are they quite happy remaining in their location, or was this proposal something that was so compelling for them to actually move?
Pass it to the Director of Community Services. Thank you.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I am conscious that we do have some members of the Bridge Club in the audience tonight. My understanding is that the current site for the Bridge Club is otherwise fit for purpose, with the exception of some roof issues that need to be fixed. But other than that, and they would prefer an additional training area in the current site, but other than that, their site is still fit for purpose for Bridge.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just following on from that question, I know that the bowling club, the Bridge Club is necessitating the need for a substantial number of car parking bays on the site. I think it's about 80. I'm not sure if that's right. Has there been any traffic assessment, impact assessment done at this point, or is it too early to? Because I noted that some of the submissions on the proposal talked about traffic and parking issues. I'm not sure how many. I've actually asked that question during the week. I don't know if that was a significant concern of local residents, but I'm just wondering whether there's been any assessment of that and the positive outcomes of not having those 80 additional bays and what that would do to traffic and parking in the area.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So in response to the amount of times that traffic came up as an issue during submissions, we'd counted 10 in relation to parking within Challenger Reserve and 16 related to on-street parking bays. So the concern was more about whether the car parking would spill onto adjacent local streets rather than the volume of traffic itself. When we look at traffic movements associated with the volume of cars anticipated by the development, we know without a traffic impact assessment that it would be within the capacity of the existing road net to accommodate, given the local roads are around 3,000 vehicle movements per day and Elderfield is up to 6,000 vehicle movements per day. However, there was no traffic impact assessment undertaken, given this is only at concept design stage. Yeah. So typically that body of work would occur once you get into more detailed planning.
Thank you, I understand that. Yep.
Councillor Russell, did I see your hand go up there?
Yes, thank you. So with regard to the Manning Bowling Club, is there any part of that asset, including the rinks, which are not fit for purpose currently and won't be fit for purpose in the near future or even into a medium future?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I can actually take that question on notice so I can find out the exact timing of asset replacement requirements, that would be appreciated.
And just to follow on, so if the rinks were kept in their current configuration, is it still possible to have this truss canopy retrofitted? The shade sail, I guess.
Ms Shaw.
Is there sufficient footprint for the columns, I guess?
Thank you. Yes, my understanding that it was designed with that in mind, with the 40 by 40, so they could be engineered over at a later date.
I'm sorry, I mean the current rinks, not the future rinks.
So do you mean in terms of providing those structures with the current configuration?
That's correct.
Yes, they could be installed.
Councillor Prendeville, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want a little bit of clarification around my previous question and then the question Councillor Howling asked around the budget process that we will discuss this in. He talked about being able to discuss things like taking the second story off and that kind of thing, which seems quite specific. If we do that, are we at that point needing to implement the $50,000 or $60,000 that that Ms. Shaw spoke about in terms of revising that sort of design and looking at the options?
Ms Shaw? Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the $50,000 to $60,000 was the equivalent of if we were to go back and engage with the clubs, have the architect prepare a revised plan and have the quantity surveyor provide revised cost estimates. It's effectively undertaking the same exercise again, just with parameters prescribed. In terms of the budget estimates, given we do have cost estimates, we could give high-level figures if you were to delete certain components of the building, which then may give council more of an idea about whether it would like to spend further money to investigate a revised design with the architect.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Prendeville?
Sorry, one last question. Through the whole process that got to here, was there any sort of budget considerations discussed with the architect for this master plan?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there was an allocation provided in the report from May, which was, I believe, $350,000. The cost of the architect and the QS fees were included in engaging the overall consultant, which I think was around $63,000. So for the whole project.
Sorry, I meant was the budget for the entire project like talked about before the master plan? Or was the parameters given to the architect and then the figure popped out at the end, or was there dollars sort of talked about with the architect?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it was consultation with the clubs in the first instance. The brief that was provided was to look at the option that was presented and agreed by council at the May meeting, which was retention of the tennis club with enhancements and the creation of a co-located facility to include complementary potential users to the site, which was the Bridge Club, and that the building itself would meet for the current and foreseeable future requirements of those clubs. So on that basis, when we engaged with the different user groups, we requested that they provide information as to what their square metre requirements would be, number of car parking bays for current users and the like. We then collated all of that information and then provided it to the architect to come up with a brief. That design was then costed and reviewed by the quantity surveyor, which has come up with the estimates.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions on this item, councillors? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just a little confused. In the December 2024, when the options were considered, the figure for option 4, co-located facility, was 7.2 million. And we've now obviously gone way past that. Is that, I mean, was the architect aware of that figure that we had before, or the council at that time had been provided? And is the increase in cost because of the scale of the, or the rescoping of the proposal, or is it because of increased construction costs, or is it a combination of the two? And if you've got any, I'm just confused why. Is it just because of construction costs going up that the price has gone up so much, or we just really expanded the scope substantially?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a few elements that would go into that. First of all, the assumption on the construction cost at that point in time was based on $2,048 per square metre, and that was a figure that we had available from the Collier Park Golf Course in terms of what it may cost to do this type of redevelopment. The quantity surveyor has used a figure of $2,981 per square metre, so which is more expensive and obviously reflective of the time that's elapsed since the original figure was provided. In terms of the facility itself, the previous square meterage of the co-located facility was around 3,500, whereas the current square metre is around 3,600 odd, and it's also over 2 levels, which adds to the construction cost as well. We have seen construction costs escalate across the board in general anyway. The $7.2 million that was cited in the previous May report around what the building would be, that was for the co-located building itself and didn't include the additional elements that were otherwise included in the total figure for this plan that you've cited before. So for example, the 7.2 would be the building, not the development of all the synthetic turfs, the car parking, etc. So that equates for the additional cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions, councillors? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.3.1, South Perth Community Benefits Framework. This report is for Council to note the annual review of the South Perth Activity Centre Plan Community Benefit Contribution Framework.
Any questions on this item, councillors? I think Councillor Russell was first.
Thank you. So I understand that from the report that the WAPC is the ultimate or the final approval body. Is that correct?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The West Australian Planning Commission is responsible for approving all amendments or new structure plans. The Community Benefits Contribution Framework forms part of the South Perth Activity Centre Structure Plan, and therefore amendments to that document requires WAPC approval.
Okay, can you just please explain the process? Is it, so we send the amendments to them, is it just a unidirectional flow of communication? They look at that, they accept it or not, they make amendments, does it come back to council? What's the go?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So typically what would happen was that council would endorse an amended structure plan and provide a recommendation to the West Australian Planning Commission. There are typically advertising requirements with amending a structure plan. However, the WAPC may waive the requirement to advertise if it considers that the amendment is minor in nature. So that's at their discretion. If advertising is required, I think from memory it's 42 days. It would then come back for council to make its formal recommendation to the WAPC about the change. That's then provided to the WAPC for their consideration. It is open to the WAPC as part of that process to focus on the recommendation from council or make any other changes it considers appropriate at that point in time.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just wondering, does the city anticipate any community benefit contributions being made in the next 12 months based on approvals and building works that are in the pipeline?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, we don't. And the reason being is we're not anticipating any developments to be completed in the next 12 months. And the contribution is payable on completion of the development.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Russell?
Yes, excuse me, because I don't know this, but have we got a specific reserve for the collection of these monies?
Ms Shaw or Mr Lecoq?
We take that question on notice and get back. Thank you.
Any further questions on this item, councillors? No. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, Councillor Howling.
I appreciate the question of Councillor Lees. I'd like to know in relation to how we will fund the priorities found within Appendix 1. And the second question, if I could just ask that to be considered, and maybe it's taken on notice. Why was the Civic Heart Development funds, which were received, not spent on a larger number of the priorities that were identified, or perhaps even the more urgent priorities, and how was that assessed?
Who should I send that to, folks? Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will take the first part of the question on notice and provide more comprehensive response to elected members. In response to the Civic Heart Development, the then Minister for Planning at the time amended the condition on that determination, which was called in by the Minister. and provided the requirements of that condition. So that quasi-contribution didn't act in the same way you would typically receive a contribution.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Item 10.3.2, proposed change of use, multiple dwelling to unhosted short-term rental accommodation, Lot 10, Number 2, 19 Bowman Street, South Perth. The purpose of this report is to consider an application for development approval for a change of use from multiple dwelling to unhosted short-term rental accommodation on Lot 10, Number 2, 19 Bowman Street, South Perth. The item is referred to Council given the impact of the proposal on the general amenity of the area. For the reasons outlined in the report, it is recommended that the application be approved subject to conditions.
Any questions for the administration on this item, councillors? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just wondering how long the unhosted short-term accommodation has been operating, and if there's any, as far as we know, and if there's any history of complaints to date.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The property was first listed from our records with the platform in February 2025, but it was registered with the Department of Energy, Mines, Industry Regulation and Safety in January 2025. The city contacted the owner of the property in March 2025 after becoming aware that from DEMERS that they were operating beyond the 90-day booking limit that would otherwise trigger the need for a development approval. So I would suggest, based on that information, that they would have been operating since either January or February this year.
And in terms of complaints, are we aware of any?
Oh, sorry. No, the city is not aware of any complaints that had been received from residents in the building. However, on advertising this application, there were objections received.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Razon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There are just a few questions that I had already put to the administration, but I thought just for everybody's benefit, I'll just quickly run through them because some of the diagrams weren't sort of so clear to me. The level that this unit is on and how many units adjoin Unit 2.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I agree with the strata plan itself. The strata plan identifies the unit as being on the second floor, although there are ground and first floors on the site, but it is shown as the second floor on the plans. On this level, there's one unit adjacent this unit and a store area.
Thank you. And there seemed to be a bit of discrepancy between the check-in time, whether it is at 3 p.m, which is as it was in the covering notes, but the management plan seemed to say after 3 p.m, and same with the check-out time.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The check-in time is from 3 p.m. The check-out time is by 10 a.m. unless there's a prior arrangement between the operator.
Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you. Just a general question really regarding unhosted short-term accommodation. So if there's a complaint to the police stemming from that facility, does that get referred to the city and therefore go on to the city statistics?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, it doesn't. Typically where we will receive the complaints directly from the city and we will then make a request to the department that they cancel the registration if there are substantiated complaints or if they are operating without approval when approval is required.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Howling?
And thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just ask, following a little bit along with what was just asked, a number of people objected who were living in the complex insofar as this may be a breach of the required strata rules. Nevertheless, the grant of an approval is not prohibited or prevented by that, and therefore if this development can't be carried out under the provisions of those strata rules, that will need to be dealt with separately, won't it?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's correct. If council was to resolve to refuse to grant development approval, the city would also request that the registration is cancelled.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.4.1, City of South Perth Cats Amendment Local Law 2025. The purpose of this report is for Council to consider making the Cats Amendment Local Law 2025. The purpose of this local law is to amend the existing Cats Local Law 2024 in line with the undertakings provided to the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation by Council at its meeting held 24th of June 2025. The effect of this local law is to ensure responsible cat ownership within the district aligns with the requirements of the Cat Act of 2011.
Thank you, Ms Ledger. Councillors, any questions on this item? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.4.2, City of South Perth Fencing Amendment Local Law 2025. The purpose of this report is for Council to consider making the Fencing Amendment Local Law 2025. The purpose of this local law is to amend the existing Fencing Local Law 2024 in line with the undertakings provided to the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation by Council at its meeting held 24th of June 2025. The effect of this local law is to establish the minimum requirements for fencing within the district.
Thank you, Ms Ledger. Councillors, any questions? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.4.3, Royal Perth Golf Club proposed Stage 3 works. This report presents proposed Stage 3 works on Crown Reserve 10250 by the Royal Perth Golf Club for Council to consider approving as required by the lease.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I've got a few actually. So the city has noted that it's been granted a management order over the Royal Perth Golf Club for the purpose of public recreation. If I refer to policy P206 Urban Forest, it states this policy is concerned with the management of trees on land under the care and control of the city. So my question is care and control of land the same as management of land, and therefore is this policy valid?
Should I send that to Ms Amprimo or Ms Shaw? Ms Ledger?
Mr Mayor, if I could take that question on notice, Councillor Russell. Thank you.
Sure. May I continue? Okay. So following on from the Department of Planning, local, or whatever it is, advice, could the city advise where exactly within the legislation the only development of significance that has a regional implication requires a DA?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I can take that on notice to provide a more comprehensive response. But one comment I would like to make is that effectively the advice was sought of the department, who will ultimately be responsible for determining development applications on wholly reserved land. And so if, for example, the city was to then turn around and say, no, you must have a development application because in our opinion we think it is not de minimis, that application could potentially be lodged. It would then be referred to the department for their consideration. We would then provide our comments in relation to that application, but they could then turn around and say that they would not consider the application because they didn't think it's warranted. So, which is effectively why you would seek the advice in the first instance from the department as to whether or not they would like to accept the development application for that, given they're responsible for making determinations under regional reserved land.
Okay. Or regardless, are we able to see that advice that, okay, thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? I think Councillor Brenda Abrandis was first there.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Did the city discuss with the Royal Perth Golf Club a fauna study, given the fact that it's a significant area with regard to possums, as we've heard tonight, but also cockatoos and other bird life? And would that have been something that the Royal Perth Golf Club would have entertained?
Ms Amprima?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So there was no discussion relating to a fauna survey.
Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Ms Amprimo. Thank you, Mr Mayor. With regard to the proposal for the trees that have been identified in the 240 odd for planting, did we have any discussions with regard to whether that would be a sufficient immediate food source for the fauna in the area?
Ms Amprima?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So the city recognises that removing mature or semi-mature trees and replacing them with young trees does mean that that food source is impacted in the shorter term, where those mature trees provide a food source. So at no point have we suggested that it doesn't remove that food source.
Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ms Primo. With regard to the loss of food source, specifically for the carnabees and also the forest redtails, do we need to get any other approval with regard to that? Does this need federal approval, environmental approval?
Ms Amprima or Ms Shaw? Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Under the federal legislation for the habitat, it's the responsibility of the applicant to make the referral. Typically, if there was a development application process and after that original approval has been granted, it's a little bit back to front, but the onus is on the applicant to make that request to the federal government.
Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think maybe a final question. So, are we aware if the applicant has actually undertaken that process?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My understanding is that they haven't.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Lees?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to that question, as the having the care and control of the land, is there not some level of responsibility to ensure that the applicant, being the golf club, does the right thing in terms of the legislation?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll take that on notice and I'll review the requirements of the lease in that respect and the management order.
Thank you. I have some further questions, thank you. Can you confirm how many of the 76 trees proposed to be removed would meet the definition of a regulated tree under the local planning policy for tree retention? I know that that doesn't apply in this instance, but it is the guideline that we set on private property owners, so I'd be interested to know how many of these meet that definition.
Ms Shaw or Ms Amprima? Ms Amprima.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. The city hasn't assessed them against the criteria for a regulated tree.
Would it be possible to find out how many of them are over 8 metres in height or 6 metre canopy width?
Ms Amprima?
I would need to confirm whether we're able to do that before next week.
Thank you. Further question, do we know if any of them are on the state or local weed register? I mean, I know they talked a lot about them being not natives, but from my point of view, that's not really relevant because a tree provides a lot of benefits besides its contribution to the fauna. But I am wondering whether there are any that are unsuitable species in terms of the weed register.
Ms Amprima?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So a couple of the trees are species that are stated as permitted under Section 11 on DPIRD's website.
Sorry?
As permitted.
Permitted. Sorry. So of the 76 trees, how many are on the weed register?
They're not classified as weeds.
So there's none on there. Okay, thank you. Next question, can you advise how the proposed tree removals are considered to meet the goals, objectives and strategic priorities under the urban greening strategy, and in particular the protect pillar, because there doesn't seem to be much reference to the protect side of things in the Royal Perth Golf Club submission.
Ms Amprima?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So the removing the trees are a last resort under the pillar in the urban greening strategy, and the information provided by Royal Perth Golf Course said that they were removing them due to safety reasons and had considered configurations for the golf course. Bearing in mind the city has impressed the importance of retaining trees to the golf course on a number of occasions over this development.
Thank you. And does the city have any has the city received any complaints about safety issues from adjoining property owners or people using the local roads there? Because they suggested that there was an external safety issue as well.
Ms Amprema?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr Mayor. We would need to do a detailed search of the city's request system, but I do seem to recall that we have had feedback from the public about stray golf balls in the adjoining area.
No injuries or fatalities that we are aware of, sorry. I think the only other query I had, I think at this stage was, while the DPLH advice talks about there being no regional implications because of the MRS being a regional reserve there, is there no requirement for DPLH or WAPC to consider local implications of the work or under our local planning scheme?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The requirements for reserved land is of state and regional significance, which the department has provided guidance on what it considers to be state significance, and I can provide that for you. I can take that on notice and provide that detail to you. There's no development application that's required because they've stated that it's de minimis, in which case they wouldn't consider those types of implications because they're not undertaking a detailed assessment. So there's no requirement for them to consider any local context and the like, or to undertake any formal referrals to the city because it's no development application has been lodged.
So could you just explain to me how the removal of 76 trees is de minimis?
Is that Ms Shaw, Ms Ledger or Ms Amprema? Ms Shaw, okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's not necessarily the city's opinion. That is the advice that has been received from the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage.
So just to expand on the definition of de minimis, for the purposes of those listening.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you. So de minimis effectively refers to whether or not a matter, it's Latin, it effectively refers to whether something is significant or not. So it's effectively considered so insignificant that it doesn't otherwise warrant a development application being made.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Howling.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the lease requiring written consent of the city, is that written consent, what's the consequence of not providing us the notice or the request for the written consent? Are you aware of that?
Ms Shaw or Ms Amprema?
Can we take that question on notice? Thank you, Councillor Howling. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and happy to do so. We heard also a deputation tonight in relation to the fact that technology with golf clubs and balls now means that the balls travel further, and so safety issues become very real and matters that need to be dealt with within a golf club. If we create a circumstance that the course can no longer actively be used, would there be a view taken that potentially that could create a situation that we are acting in breach of the management order for which the course is in our care and control or management, and B, a breach of the lease so that the purpose for which the property has in fact been allocated can no longer be used for the purpose for which it's been tendered?
Who should I send that to, folks?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Howling. Again, I will take that on notice and need some further advice. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. The shot hole borer was mentioned. Does the city have any further information of locations and if the golf club is affected?
Ms Amprema?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We aren't provided with or notification of shot hole borer cases outside of trees that we control, so we're only aware of where they are, where we manage that that public space. So the golf course would be notified if there was any there.
Okay.
Councillor Prendeville?
Thank you. And thank you, Director Primo, through the chair. The size of the trees being planted was discussed. And I know that some of the smaller replacements are being sourced through our nursery. Do we have larger trees available? Is that an option for the golf club to plant the larger trees?
Ms Anne Primo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will answer that in general terms in how the city approaches its tree planting programme. The city balances the cost of trees and the survival rate. So the bigger the tree when you plant it, the more likelihood it has of not surviving. So we target a size that gives the tree a good chance of establishing. So the trees that they would be procuring through our nursery would be of a size where we would recommend planting ourselves, noting that they do take a while to establish, but the larger the tree, the significant more work that you need to put in to try and ensure that tree's survival.
Thank you, Ms Anne Primo. Councillor Prendeville?
Thank you. The trees that are being planted, how long would you advise that they would take to reach the maturity level of the trees that are being removed?
Ms Anne Primo?
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. The trees that have been removed vary in maturity. Some of them are fairly mature. We would say a minimum of 15 to 20 years before you would have a reasonable canopy on the replacement trees.
Thank you, Ms Anne Primo. A further question, Councillor Prendeville?
Thank you, through the chair. Just one more. What happens if we don't approve phase 3?
Ms Anne Primo?
We would potentially, but it depends what council resolves ultimately. Council could direct the administration to go back and seek to renegotiate with Royal Perth Golf Course. If council just say no, then Royal Perth Golf Course would have to consider their options and use the mechanisms through the lease.
Thank you, Ms Anne Primo. Ms Ledger?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could just add to that, I think when we interrogate the lease a little bit more, I'll be able to provide a more succinct response in regards to what the outcome would be, if I can do that for you. Thank you.
I guess I might ask a couple of questions at this point. My first question builds on Councillor Howling's question. I did notice that page 40 of the agenda states that the lease requires the club to obtain the written consent of the city, open quote, before making any major alterations or improvements to the reserve, close quote. I guess the obvious question is, would the stage 3 works be considered major alterations or improvements to the reserve? Happy for that to be taken on notice. My second question is, if I've read attachment K correctly, that's at page 295 of the first pack of the attachments to the agenda, the club is committing to planting the following by the 2028/29 financial year: 242 trees, 8,150 shrubs, 10,590 native grasses and monocots, and an additional 8,000 additional trees and shrubs to revegetate the Melville Parade corridor. My question is, and happy for it to be taken on notice, how enforceable are those commitments? So with that, Ms Ledger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. We will take those on notice. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Brenda Brandis, I think, was first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With regard to the golf course, or any golf course, there's a safety issue, and I realise that a significant amount of this submission is around safety. So the administration just advised to what extent we've considered their safety issues, and also if we apply the same sort of standard to our own Collier Park golf course.
Ms Anne Primo?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So the city hasn't engaged any consultant to do a formal review of their design see whether they have assessed the risk. We could get a third-party review of that, but obviously there's a cost involved in doing that.
Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With regard to the 242 trees being planted, do we know how many of those species are food sources for the native possums?
Ms Amprema.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. There is a list of all of the trees that they're proposing to plant, so we could get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Director Amprema. Thank you, Mr Mayor. With regard to the mature trees being removed, have we done a review to determine if we have significant breeding hollows within the old trees? I'm just mindful that old trees take, up to 80, 100 years before they get to the girth that can produce a hollow. And we do have resident parrots, and not necessarily the white-tailed, red-tailed roosting in this area, but maybe even owls. So have we considered if there are any hollows that would be habitat and also for breeding purposes that we're going to be removing?
Ms Amprema.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So the city hasn't engaged any external professional consultants to do any reviews of the proposal.
Thank you, Ms Amprema. Councillor Rezon, I saw your hand go up.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I had the same question about the treatment of trees on Collier Reserve, but I just wasn't sure if that was answered in the previous answer from Director Amprema.
Ms Amprema.
Yeah, apologies. I don't think I answered the second half of that question. You're correct. The two courses are different in their layout and design. The Royal Perth Golf Course being considerably more constrained in terms of its layout than the Collier Park course. It hasn't been an issue for Collier Park that we've required to redesign any of that facility in terms of the fairways. So we haven't had to address this issue at Collier Park.
Thank you, Ms Amprema. Councillor Rezon, and then Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Director Amprema, and thank you, Mr Mayor. I am keen to understand the de minimis as well, and I wonder if it's possible to request a rough estimate of the number of trees that are on that property.
Ms Amprema.
I would need to take that question on notice.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So if there's a safety concern because of new technology allows, I guess, balls to be hit harder and further, is there a case therefore that actually the golf course being next to the freeway is a concern?
Ms Amprema.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So that would be a risk that the golf course would need to assess themselves.
Any further questions on this item, councillors? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering, we apply a standard to private property through the local planning policy, tree retention policy, that requires us to look at each tree on its merits, or the city staff to look at each tree on its merits individually. And then there are certain criteria around when a tree can and can't be removed. I noticed Councillor Howling asked that before of one of the deputies, but there are specifics. The policy doesn't say a tree can't be removed. It says that each tree needs to be considered on its merit. So do you think it is consistent to be asking private landowners that we will look at each tree individually, and then in the case of Royal Perth, looking at 6 trees holistically as a group rather than looking at them individually in terms of their value and the reason why they're being removed?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst I can appreciate the question, the city can only provide technical advice, and local planning policy 3.2 specifically says that it only applies to zoned land, and therefore I cannot otherwise comment on whether or not we would provide the same application of such a policy to reserved land.
But just in principle, if these 76 trees were on private land, we would take quite a different approach to how the assessment would be undertaken.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If the trees were on private property, we would undertake an assessment against the requirements of Local Planning Policy 3.2, tree retention.
Thank you.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Raison.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to understand whether stage 1 and 2 and 3 are interdependent stages as far as we know. Would the Royal Perth Golf Club have proceeded with stage 1 and 2 if there was uncertainty around stage 3? Do we know? Are they entirely separate?
Ms. Amprema.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So my understanding is that the works were broken down into stages. It's all one project. They're broken down into stages to facilitate continued use of the course while the redevelopment is ongoing. So they closed part of the course while they did stage 1, but then allowed members to be able to play on the remaining part of the course, and then they moved on to stage 2, so that at no time was or to minimise any time when the course was completely closed. That's my understanding of partly why it was, and I think as alluded to earlier, the General Manager talked about the financial funding as well, breaking it down. But my understanding is the design is integral to all 3 stages. It's one design. They've just chosen to break the work down into 3 stages.
Thank you, Ms. Amprema. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can the administration advise the number of trees that were lost in stages 1 and 2?
Ms. Amprema.
I believe the details in the report, but I would have to come back with the exact number.
All right, Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you very much, Director Ampremo, Mr Mayor. Just a follow-up question. So if the number of trees in stage 3 are 76, did we only become aware of that late in the piece, or was that part of the overall proposal for the golf course?
Ms. Amprema.
I would have to check when we received the details of stage 3 proposal.
Councillors, any further questions on this item? Okay, before I ask Ms Ledger to lead us to the next item, I'm conscious that it's 11 minutes to 10 p.m. Normally 10 p.m, I haven't had to do it yet during my time as Mayor, but 10 p.m. is sort of when I start to think, gee whiz, do we need to adjourn the council agenda briefing to another night? I'm happy to go to 10:30 before I adjourn this meeting, and we have to try and find another night before the ordinary council meeting to finish off the council agenda briefing. But I suppose now might be an opportune time to go around the room, because we still have a lot of items on the agenda, and some of them I expect will be of interest to the community. Can anyone give me a rough idea, starting with Councillor Brenda Abrandis and going around the room, how many questions everyone has? Because I suspect that means that we'll go to 10:30, but then we'll have to adjourn, but maybe I'm wrong. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think for the remainder of the items, I could probably limit it to about 5 or 7 questions.
Right. Councillor D'Souza.
I've got one further question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Waugh.
I don't have any questions at the moment, thank you.
All right. Councillor Lees.
But I think the majority of my questions I've already asked tonight, so less.
All right.
Yes.
Councillor Prendeville.
I probably have 2 questions.
Councillor Russell.
I have quite a few.
Yeah. Councillor Howling.
5.2.
Sorry, 5.2.
5 or 6, I'm not sure. Maybe
Right.
6 or 7.
Councillor Raison.
Between 5 and 10.
All right. We'll keep going until 10:30. I might have to pull the pin then, folks, but we'll continue. Next item, please, Councillor. Not Councillor. Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.4.4 South East.
Sorry, Councillor Rezon, you've got the light on
Excuse
there.
me, I'm not quite sure if this is a point of order, but I'm just mindful that there is a member of the public here who I imagine, I'm just guessing, is here in relation to the last item, whether we prioritise that in respect for Mr Groom's time. As I understood, his deputation was in relation to the racetrack. Whether we move that up while he's here, I don't know.
I'm happy to do that. Ms Ledger, can we move to... Actually, I'll do that. All right, so unorthodox. I'm going to pause where we are in item 10 right now and jump to item 12, in particular item 12.1, which is notice of motion, Councillor Brenda Brandis, City of South Perth's position on the entertainment and sporting precinct, Burswood Park. Councillors, do we have any questions for the administration on this item? Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you. Look, I'm asking this question purely for due diligence purposes. So, noting that the Burswood Entertainment and Sporting Precinct, aka the Motorplex, is in another district to the City of South Perth, I'm just seeking reassurance from the City that the local government of South Perth, when considering this item, is in compliance with section 3.1 of the Local Government Act General Function, because that section seems to pertain to the business of the district.
Ms Fry or Ms Ledger? Who should I send that to? Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With that section of the Act, you could assume that you're thinking about anything that impacts the district, and if the community believes that this impacts their district, then it is of good governance for the council to consider that.
Any further questions on this item, councillors? No. Okay. In that case, we'll jump back to item 10.4.4. Could you lead us with that one, Ms Ledger?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 10.4.4 in South East Metropolitan Regional Road subgroup. This report seeks the appointment of elected member representatives as the member and the deputy member to the South East Metropolitan Regional Road subgroup for the period of 16th of December 2025 to 16th of October 2027.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. This seems to be a new committee or a new subgroup. I've never seen this before. And is it just recently been formed?
Who should I send that one to? Ms Zampremo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I understand is that this has been in existence for quite a long time.
It's just that I've never seen a City of South Perth position on this committee or this subgroup before.
Ms Zampremo or Ms Ledger?
Through the Mayor, I believe that this is the first time that it has come to council, although I believe there has been representation before. I'm not sure of the nuance there, though. Apologies. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Gone? Okay. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.4.5, listing of payments November 2025. This report presents to Council a list of accounts paid under delegated authority between the 1st of November 2025 to the 30th of November 25 for information. It also includes purchase card transactions between the 1st of October and 31st of October 2025 in line with legislative requirements.
Any questions, councillors? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Item 10.4.6, monthly financial statements, November 2025. The monthly financial statements are provided within attachments A to -I with high-level analysis contained in the comments of this report.
Any questions, councillors? Nope. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
10.5.1, minutes of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting held on the 10th of November 2025. That the minutes of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting held on the 10th of November 2025 be received.
Any questions, councillors? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Item 10.5.2, terms of reference, Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee to present the terms of reference, for the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee to Council for adoption.
Any questions, councillors? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
10.5.3, policy review. A number of policies are presented for Council for review and adoption.
Any questions, councillors? No, I've scared you all, obviously. Councillor Lees?
I did have some questions on this, which I have put through to the administration separately. Yeah, maybe I'll leave those till separate.
Thank you. Councillor Howling?
Thank you. I raised and will raise again, and I intend to address this next week, so I don't require an answer now, but it can be thought about. The response to community feedback from the notice of motion to remove 6 juvenile trees. That's at page 56. That's simply, in my view, not an accurate representation of what the consultation was. The consultation, as I understand, was in respect of the urban greening strategy. I don't want to take up any time at this meeting, but it will be a matter that I will be raising next week.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to the same policy, just a question I'm happy for it to be taken on notice, is that if that particular policy is pulled out from all the other policies, and with the possibility that it's discussed at the workshop that's coming up in relation to the operational plan, where will that leave us if the policy is not adopted next week? Thank you.
Ms Anne Primer?
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr Mayor. So the existing policy will still stand to the extent that it can be operated with the adoption of the urban greening strategy, and it could be addressed through that workshop.
Another question, Councillor Raison?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. And if that is the case, will that be any ramifications for the golf course proposal, or is it separate?
Ms Anne Primer?
No, because the strategy already sets the direction for the administration to follow. So even without a change to the policy, the administration would have still brought that to council for a decision, because the strategy seeks to retain trees as a priority.
Thank you, Ms Anne Primer. Any further questions on this item, councillors? No. Next item, please, Ms Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 10.5.4 Annual Report for 2024 to 25 to present the annual report for the year ended 30th June 2025, which includes the annual financial statement and independent auditor's report.
Any questions, councillors? No. All right, that brings us to the end of item 10. We now move on to item 12, which is motions of which previous notice has been given. The first is item 12.1, notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling, entitled Risk Activities Outstanding for an Extended Time. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Raison.
I do have one question, but it effectively applies to all of the items under item 12. I've raised this with the administration already and received an answer. The question is, are any of the matters raised in these motions able to be dealt with administratively?
Is that Ms Fry or Ms Ledger that I should send that to? Ms Ledger?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Within the standing orders local law, the provision is that the CEO can review the notice of motion, but can only refuse a notice of motion based on a breach. None of these notice of motions met that brief, so they have all been presented. Maybe some amendments have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. And a further question in relation to that. Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. So that being the case, another question on notice would be, which ones of these notices of motion are legally required to come for council approval, and which other matters can be just approved or discussed with the administration separately? Happy for that to be taken on notice.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Each notice of motion, whilst the elected members' recommendation may not be an administrative issue that we can deal with, some of the officer recommendations suggest that that can be the case. So hopefully within those comments, that can be, you can ascertain which of those notice of motions can be.
Any further questions on item 12.1, councillors? No. Okay. The next one is item 12.2, a notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling entitled Governance and Risk Priorities Workshop. Any questions on this item, councillors? No. Okay. Next motion is item 12.3, a notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling entitled Mayoral Reporting. Any questions, councillors? No. Okay. We move on to item 12.4, a notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling entitled Outstanding Items in ARIC Reports. Any questions, councillors? No. We move on to item 12.5, a notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling entitled Risk Register. Any questions, councillors? No. We move on to item 12.6, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling entitled A Review of Library Opening Hours and Governance Oversight, /space, South Perth and Manning Libraries. Any questions, councillors? No. Okay. At this point, we're about to get to item 12.7, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling entitled Mayoral Car. I've declared a financial interest in that item, and I note that I've also declared a financial and proximity interest in item 12.8, notice of motion Councillor Tim Howling, hooting and nitrous oxide use on the South Perth foreshore. So at this point, I'll invite Deputy Mayor Councillor Andre Brendera-Brandis to take my seat as presiding member. If someone could come and get me after these two items have been dealt with, I'd be grateful. See you soon.
Item 12.7, notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling regarding the Mayor Car. Are there any questions with regard to this item? Yep. Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Does the city know how many Tier 2 local governments provide a mayoral car? Is it common? Is it not common?
It's generally speaking for metropolitan, it's not common. For regional, it is generally, just because of the distance geographically they have to travel.
Any further questions? Councillor Lees.
I note that Councillor Howling has indicated total potential annual savings of 17,500, and I did ask a question of the administration. I'm not really clear on the answer, but is that has that been verified, that figure? I'm noting that if there's no car, then the mayor would then be allowed to claim travel allowance, and I'm just wondering what the difference is between the two.
Through the Deputy Mayor, the figures that were provided, I believe, to all councillors today indicate the total amount and divided and separated by private and mayoral usage, for which the mayor is charged for the private use. So you would assume the amount that's left for mayoral use would be the amount that the mayor would claim for travel expenses.
So that would be travel allowance?
Travel allowance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? No. Move on to item 12.8, notice of motion from Councillor Howling, hooning and nitrous oxide use on the South Perth foreshore. Do I have any questions on this item, councillors? Yep, Councillor Prindiville.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I referred to one of the deputies this evening regarding this motion who mentioned after-hours ranger services. Does the administration know of any neighbouring local governments that offer an after-hours contact for residents who have concerns? Is that a typical thing?
Through the Deputy Mayor, thank you, Councillor Prendiville. Yes, the City of Stirling has an after-hours ranger service. It is very well used and it's an additional charge for ratepayers. The town of Claremont has extended hours until 8 p.m, and that can vary depending on if there are needs identified, such as a special event happening. They can increase their hours and they do work overtime or over the weekends, etc. So that's been increased based on antisocial behaviour. So it does happen in some local governments. Obviously, they don't have the provision that the police have, but the police enact quicker when they are contacted and a ranger knows the level of danger or antisocial behaviour. So there is benefits to it, obviously, and costs.
Thank you, Ms Ledger. Yes, Councillor Prindiville.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, CEO Ledger, through the chair. Do we or can we be provided with an approximate cost of that sort of service?
Definitely. That can be done. It would depend on what type of service you'd be looking for, but we can provide variations of, yes.
Thank you. Any further questions on this item, Councillor Russell?
Oh.
Yep, Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you. So under our current laws, are our rangers able to issue a move-on note?
Through the Deputy Mayor. Not issue a move on as such. They can ask you to move on, and that's what they generally do. It's all dependent on the level of risk that they assess, but they are trained at the next level. They can be trained at the next level to identify that and to know what to do. There's obviously ways you manage that risk when they're out in the field and working at night, so there are ways around it, and as I said previously, local governments have done that. They don't have any powers, though, to be able to do what you'd need to do in the case of hooning.
So the next question then is, does the local governments have the authority to have a local law to issue a move-on notice, which does actually have authority?
I have to take that on notice for you, Councillor Russell.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Lees.
In reference to the ranger service, while I was door knocking during pre-election, a lot of people spoke about a patrol service, a 24-hour security service, and I know there's a couple of councils, Melville do it, Belmont do it, Stirling do it, City of Perth do it. Is that what we're referring to when you referenced a ranger service? And my understanding is that they can take video evidence, they can contact the police. Just the presence and the eyes on the street makes a difference. So I'd be very interested in knowing the cost of that, because it's not just the Esplanade that we're dealing with. There's multiple areas in the city where people are raising concerns.
You, Ms Ledger. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor Lees, the city can provide a costings of that based on 24/7 or operating till midnight or specific zones or areas. So we can provide all of that so you can get a better understanding of what you're looking at and costs and how that could be funded even.
Thank you, Ms Ledger. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So it seems as though that people are parking on the medium strips within the road reserve. So there's a proposal to beautify or landscape those medium strips. So what form would that take to prevent parking on those medium strips?
Thank you. Who should I hand that to? Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the city already has listed as a request from elected members costs and scope for consideration in the 26-27 budget for landscaping of that area. My understanding is that the community requests have focused around low vegetation and bollards on that area, so that's how we would be preparing the cost estimate.
Thank you, Director Amprimo. Any further questions?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I may, there was $30,000 allocated in the budget for the purposes of CCTV. For the cameras that we've got, or the mobile cameras, to be able to upgrade software as well as hardware at the city. Where is the spending of that at, and has that been put out to tender, or is it being acquired? What's going on with that?
Should I hand that to Director of Corporate Services? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The $30,000 in the budget refer to the automatic number plate recognition camera on Mole Point Road. I presume that's what you are referring to?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. There was also an allocation because there was difficulty processing the camera footage back here, and there needed to be an upgrade of some of the computer systems and the like, as I understand. Has that been undertaken, or is that in process, or where are we at? If it needs to be on notice, I'm happy for that, just so that we can give the community a little bit of assurance. I mean, because my question certainly wasn't political. It was aimed at the fact that there was $22.5 million, which is being allocated by the state government to buying cameras and the number plate recognition, and they're in the process of doing that. Now, we've got some of our cameras, and I'm just wondering where, even if we get the data, we apparently can't process it over here, and that's been some of the roadblock to communicating with the police. So just wondering where that's at.
Take it on notice.
Through the Mayor, we can provide more detail by taking on notice. However, I can say with certainty that we are at this point in time, and we have allowed the WA Police access to our CCTV network, and they are processing, as well as there was a software upgrade done to the current CCTV trailer to be able to interpret number plates as well.
I'm happy to provide you the meeting at which it was discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Leacock. Thank you, Councillor Howling. Any further questions? Councillor Lees?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there only one mobile CCTV facility at the moment? Because my understanding is when I attended the Public Safety and Crime Prevention Advisory Group, it was needed in multiple areas, and it was spending a month here and a month there. So is there only the one, and are we making moves to get another one, or is that in the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Lees, from my understanding, there is one, and it's currently on Douglas Avenue, and it does get rotated as per police requirements around the city. So it's currently located there until early next year. So I can follow up and see if we have any more, any intention within budget. Thank you.
A follow-up question, Councillor Lees?
I just noted that the report talks about bikes being an issue along the Esplanade and the potential to prohibit them. Is the city aware of any safety issues in terms of bicycle use? I'm not sure, is that in response to hooning or bad behaviour, or how that relates to the issue on the Esplanade?
Is that a question for Director Imprimo? Or
yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd need further information on that because it's not something that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Look, I know of acoustic devices that are used to measure sound levels for design and maintenance purposes, but I'm not familiar with vehicle compliance purposes. So how do these things work exactly? Do they trigger upon a sound or of a backfire sound, or do they trigger on the frequency of the backfire sound? I'm just trying to wonder, is it proven technology for this to be a success?
Is it Director Imprimo or CEO?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So when the city previously had some discussions in relation to this, there is technology that's used overseas. However, in WA, they are looking at a trial of that. So it isn't currently used in WA.
So what was that last part?
So the state government are looking at trialling those cameras in WA, but it's not, it hasn't been used to date. So the ability to use that technology to enforce any non-compliance is not yet determined.
Okay, thank you. I have a series of questions to the diagram that's associated with this item. I was wondering if that can be brought up. I think it's the last page on one of the appendices.
Thank you. Can the administration?
I think it's the last page on attachment 2.
Yep. If the last page of attachment 2 could please be brought up for display. Thank you. just bear with us, Councillor Russell, while we access it. In the meantime, Councillor Lees, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. We heard from the deputations about the how much distress the hooning is causing at the Esplanade and the bad behaviour, and it goes on, and I found it really quite concerning and alarming, and we clearly need to do something very quickly about this for the health and well-being of those residents. And I note that the suggested officer recommendation talks about present as soon as possible a report to the council. I mean, how quickly can we move on this? There might be some things that we could do faster than others, and is there any way of expediting it?
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, yes, in short, I believe that we can do some quick wins, I guess, but I'll pass to Anita, Councillor, to further that.
Yeah, thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. So the city's been aware of this issue for around 4 years, and the previous actions that have been taken by the city, I believe, have been circulated to elected members. In terms of things that are directly within the city's power, we have exhausted a number of those. We've already reduced the speed limit. We've put in traffic, engineering solutions. Potentially, so we are in the process of procuring a second camera. Potentially, when that arrives, allocating it to that location for longer periods of time may be of assistance. But I think whilst it is very distressing for the residents that are down there, and there's no doubt about that, I've been down to community meetings there myself, they are experiencing a lot of distress. The city has got limited powers to enforce and have any interventions in the area. But notwithstanding that, we will continue to look at what options are available to us. But potentially the second camera deployment there when that arrives may be one of the most effective solutions we've got in the short term.
Thank you, Director Primo. Councillor Russell, is that the image that you're after?
Yes, thank you. So this diagram makes reference to, or is restricting traffic to local traffic. So what is exactly the definition of local traffic? Is it, for example, to allow vehicle access to abutting properties only, or allow vehicle access to district properties only, or is it more than that?
Through the CEO, through.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So I note that there is a diagram included there. If council were to resolve to instruct the administration to follow this, we would need more clarity around what is actually expected and anticipated by council through this notice of motion. And also noting that because it impacts the function of the freeway off-ramp at Mill Point, we would require approval of Main Roads WA to do that. We did previously approach Main Roads around nighttime restrictions around there, and they were clear that they would not be receptive to that. We haven't put this proposal to them, but like I say, we would need more detail on what is actually being proposed here before we could approach Main Roads and see whether they would entertain that.
Thank you. I think I'd like to ask my questions regardless. So, I mean, there's still signs within the city that say local traffic only. So there must be some form of definition of what local traffic is.
Thank you,
through the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Russell, I believe that would be residents and friends of residents and relatives, so people who access to get to properties.
Okay.
But I can get that definition for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this might have been answered. So as Mill Point Road is a local distributor road per Main Roads hierarchy, which actually seems a bit strange to me because it actually connects the freeway to a district distributor. Can its access be restricted to local traffic only? I'll take that as being referred to Main Roads.
Yes, and we will confirm that for you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. As the proposal includes the closure and or limiting the direction of vehicle traffic, does section 3.5 closing certain thoroughfares to vehicles, section 3.5 of the Local Government Act, so it's 3.50, apply, and if so, which parts would apply?
Thank you, through the CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Russell, I will take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. If Mill Point Road is closed to vehicles other than local traffic between 10 p.m. and some other undisclosed morning time, then to ensure a vehicle which is not a local traffic is not trapped when it exits the freeway, would there need to be signage on the freeway at Narrows Bridge? And indeed, would there have to be signage at the Canning Bridge exit to ensure that this does not happen?
Thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Russell. I think there'd be a lot to unpack in regards to all of those questions that you're asking, so we'll have to get some more detail for you.
Okay, thank you. The next one would be, from the city's interim maps, Fraser Lane is one way, west to east, which is in opposition to what is proposed in the motion, which is east to west, i.e. it's westward. Can the city clarify the reasoning behind the current west to east direction?
You, Director Amprimo.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Councillor
Okay,
Russell.
thank you. And at the southern end of the esplanade, you can see that it says total closure to traffic near the, I think that's Harper, near the Harper Terrace. So if it's closed to all traffic, then that means it's effectively a dead end. Would this therefore require a turning circle to be constructed, i.e. a cul-de-sac to be constructed?
Thank you, CEO.
Again, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Russell, there would be a lot to detail in regards to this proposal, and consultation would be required as well. So without knowing all of those factors, I'm afraid we can't answer that question right now, but we'll provide as much detail as possible.
Thank you, councillors. Are there any further questions? Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. A few questions through you. So when we heard the deputations this evening, there was already a divergence of opinions on what methods work and what methods don't work. I would say, though, that there is a through line about the benefit of cameras, and I've got a number of questions, and I'm sorry if we've covered, because I'm not very clear on which cameras. I guess my first question is, where is our current CCTV camera, and can it be moved immediately to the Peninsula location, South Perth Esplanade?
Thank you, CEO Ledger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Raison currently is, as I mentioned, in Douglas Avenue at the request of the police, and it's to provide any beneficial data or assistance to the police. They generally leave it there for 4 weeks, and that's how long it will be there. It's only just moved from, I believe, around the 3rd of December, so it will need to be there for another few weeks.
Thank you. And through you again, Mr Deputy Mayor, to CEO Ledger, do we have an ability to be in touch with the police to advise them about the concerns that were raised in the community and that this is an urgent issue?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, Councillor Raison, and I believe that we are going to be organising a meeting with the officer in charge at Kensington Police immediately.
Thank you. And a few more questions, I guess, and a lot about cameras. Or a general question first, happy for it to be taken on notice. What data does the city have on the effectiveness of the measures that have been implemented to date to deter what has worked so far and what has not worked?
Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the only ongoing data that the city collects is through the speed monitoring sign that's on Mill Point Road, so that does collect vehicle data on an ongoing basis. We do also deploy traffic counters and speed detection counters routinely in that area because we are aware that there is ongoing issues. In terms of the effectiveness, it's a little bit difficult to determine the effectiveness. I think you heard the comments from some of the deputations earlier around, since we closed the Mill Point car park, it's actually got worse. At the time when those proposals were being discussed, that was a risk that was highlighted, is that you displace it or it becomes a game. They know that they're annoying people, so they increase their activity in the area. So it's very difficult to measure the effectiveness because we don't know what they would do if those interventions weren't in place.
Thank you, Director Amprimo. And again, through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, I recall some correspondence from the Mayor with reference to automatic number plate recognition cameras that the city plans to use, and also a new CCTV unit that has number plate recognition, and noise detection cameras being introduced. I'm not clear which ones the city's doing, which ones are coming from somewhere else, which ones. I just appreciate if a breakdown of every camera and the timing and the availability, if it's happy to be taken on notice as well.
Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. I will answer that question to the extent I have that information at the moment. So we currently have one mobile CCTV unit, which does have number plate recognition and has a live feed direct to West Australian Police Force. We're in the process of procuring a second mobile camera unit, which will also have number plate recognition on it. And that will also be fed directly to WA Police. The ANPR, the static ANPR, automatic number plate recognition cameras, the city is working with WA Police because they will be in the road reserve, but they will be managed by WA Police, and that was part of Jeff Baker's election commitment. So the police will effectively independently operate them, but because they're in the road reserve, the city will be working with them on the location. In terms of the noise detection equipment, the city is not involved in that project.
Thank you, Director Amprimo. And any idea with the earlier ones around the timing of those cameras being procured?
Director Amprimo.
I believe the city's second camera is currently in the process of being procured at this point in time. So when we get that back, depending on availability, we'll go ahead and purchase that as soon as we can get it.
Thank you. And just finally, just so that we can understand the question about the rangers, if a decision was made by the council for rangers to be deployed, can that be done through the current pool of rangers, or would we need to be looking at additional recruitment?
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'd be looking at additional recruitment, Councillor Razon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Razon. Councillors, are there any more questions on this item? Councillor Howling.
I'm aware that the City of Perth have a special area rates in respect of security that's provided within the city. Is there an awareness of any other local government that imposes special area rates? And would that be something that we would be able to implement through the budget process? Can I just say that as an adjunct to that question, the strong support and feedback that I've received is that many of these residents in this area are content for a special area rate because what they want to do is sleep at night. It's gotten that bad for them.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor Howling, there are local governments that have used special area rates. I'm not sure specifically for this purpose, but with the City of Stirling, it's not a special area rate per se, but everybody in the City of Stirling is applied an additional, so you can see it on your rate. So it's separate, but it's not a differential special area rate. But that can easily be done through the right process.
Councillor Howling, you had a further question, did you? Thank you. Councillor Lees.
The concern for me with the special area rates is that the suggestion that the problem keeps moving. Once you address it in one area, it's going to move to another area and another area. So how would we respond to that?
Thank you to the CEO.
That's a fair point, Councillor Lees, and it would, I guess, when more information is available to council to make an informed decision about costing, where the big problems are. Obviously, there's other issues across the City of South Perth, so whether you'd want to look at this one in isolation is really a decision for council, and you'd want to have full funding on that to be able to provide an answer.
Thank you. As I said, there were multiple people raising issues in the Como area near Canning Bridge. So not to the same extent that they're not in terms of hooning, but certainly in terms of car vandalism and violence. So, yeah, I'd be concerned about limiting to a specific area.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Any further questions on this item? Councillor Howling?
Yes, I'd like to invite Councillor Lees to a coffee immediately after this on the foreshore.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Howling. Okay, if there are no further, Councillor Russell, you have one further question?
No, just bringing to your attention, it's now 10:30.
Yes.
I just have a few more, but I'm happy to put that on notice if everyone else is agreeable to that.
A few questions on this item, Councillor Russell? Or a few more questions on this particular item, or a different?
None on this item, but I'm happy to, for the other items, to put those on notice.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, can I ask for, yes, Councillor Raison?
Through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, just one final question in relation to the hooning and the procurement. Just picking up on what Councillor Halling was saying earlier, I've also been approached by residents who would be willing to fund cameras. Is there anything that council can be doing or funding from residents would assist to speed up the procurement?
Director Amprimo?
It's purely going through the procurement process. So because we're a public body, we're subject to certain rules around how we procure things, and we're simply going through that process. The money is approved in the budget.
Thank you, Director Amprimo. And one final question, Councillor Lees?
Sorry, so are you able to give an estimate of the time at all, or?
I'd need to check and get back to you.
Thank you. Okay, if we have no further questions, if we could invite the Mayor to resume as presiding member. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, folks. So it's gone past 10:30. I suppose I could adjourn the meeting now, but we've got 12.9, 12.10, and 12.12 to go. Councillors, does anyone have a lot of questions on any of these items?
I'm happy to put these on notice.
All right. Anyone else got a lot of questions that they want to ask?
No,
No.
Mr Mayor.
All right. We might just push through then and get everything done tonight. Next item, please, Ms. Ledger. Oh yes, of course. Sorry, my bad. Yes, quite right. I'm the one that reads that out. So we're up to item 12.9, notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling, entitled Community and Sporting Club Leases and Governance Oversight. Any questions, councillors? Nope. Okay. Item 12.10, notice of motion from Councillor Tim Howling, entitled Open Fridge, Dinners and Mayor's Secretarial Support. Any questions, councillors? Nope. We did item 12.11 earlier, so moving on to item 12.12, notice of motion, Councillor Kathy Lees, in retention of existing trees as part of the redevelopment of Como Secondary College. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Howling.
Thank you. I'm wondering, has the city seen any of the plans that is proposed and the timeframes within which any of those plans for the construction of the upgrade to the proposed upgrade to the Como Secondary College is to be carried out?
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, we haven't. I requested a copy of the plans from the school and was advised that we would need, from Department of Building Finance, and was advised that the city would need to put in a ministerial request to receive a copy of the plans before we could have a look at them. So we have not received a copy.
Councillor Howling.
Thank you. And what are the gaps that are extant within our policy and governance framework so that we would need to separately from that framework advocate for what's proposed in this motion?
Ms. Shaw.
Sorry, can I just have a bit more context to the question? I'm just trying to...
Yep, sure. I probably don't need to ask the question, what are the gaps? Are there any gaps that you're aware of as you sit here tonight that we have within our planning framework that we haven't properly catered for, that needs separately to be addressed by way of advocacy outside of that governance framework for planning.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not from a planning perspective or policy perspective, given it's public works, and so the city would not be able to consider a development application for that as exempt. Whether or not council chooses to resolve to advocate, given the intent of the notice of motion, is a decision of council.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, any further questions on this item? No. Okay. That brings us to item 15, which is where we would ordinarily close the meeting if there was any reason for us to do so, but there's not, so we won't. And that brings us to item 16, which is closure. So before I close the meeting, thank you all for your attendance and participation. I declare the meeting closed at 10:36 p.m. Thank you all and good night.